Hey everybody, welcome back to another live stream. I'm Connor Thomas. We're here. We're going to continue our shot that we started last week. Let's just make sure the audio sounds good and everything like that. I got like 6 seconds over here. I always play it on my phone first to make sure that the audio is working because it's a bit of a delay. It's a little bit of a delay. It sounds like it's working. Awesome. How's it going, guys? Welcome back to this week's live stream. Today, we're going to be jumping back into a shot that we started last week. We're continuing working on a CGI drone shot. If you guys haven't checked that stream out yet, highly recommend it. We did some motion tracking inside of Nuke, and we started out some basic animation, just some blocking, and we got all that started. But how are you guys doing? How's your guys' week been? Has it been a chill weekend for you guys? For me, it's been pretty nice. I'm going to watch Inside Out 2 tonight, so that'll be fun. I really enjoyed the first Pixar film, and so this will be exciting. I'm hoping that it lives up to the reputation. I've heard great things about the movie, so that's what I've got going on this evening. But till then, we're gonna start working on some epic VFX. Hey Matthias, welcome into the chat. How are you doing? You're excited? I am too. Today we're actually 3D modeling the drone for the shot, because we did some basic stuff. Maybe I pull that up right now, and that way you guys can see what we've been working on. Let's see, CG. Yeah, there we go. I'll just open up the shot that we've been doing. Will be a nuke stream tomorrow. Will it be a nuke stream tomorrow? No, tomorrow we're not streaming. Lots of memes about it, so it should be good. What, the Inside Out film? Maybe. Hello, excited to see what you make. Thank you. Yeah, this will be great. But yeah, we're just continuing working on the shot from last week. We did the motion tracking last week, and so now this week we're going to get into more of the aspects of the actual character. We have to create the drone itself, and then we'll go from there. So this is the shot that I currently have. It's playing back at like 10 frames per second for whatever reason right now. Maybe it's because it has to cache the video footage. I'm not quite sure. Let's see if it plays faster the second time. That's one thing I kind of wish with Blender, is that it would cache your frames a little bit better. But yeah, so here's it playing back at 16 frames per second. That's a little bit better. So this is a shot we've got so far. I know last time I was playing it in rendered view. Maybe that'll help. This triangle looking cube thing that we have flying here is going to be a drone. As of right now, it is not a drone, but what we did do was we set up some lighting. As you can see, we actually created a whole HDRI for this entire shot. I definitely recommend checking out the video from last week. We go in more depth on all of that stuff. Missing the nuke streams. I hope it will come back soon. Yes, so today we're creating the CG drone, and then we will be compositing that. That'll be the next stream. So this is just a breakdown of multiple shots. You know, I can jump into a little bit why I've cut back on streaming. It's mostly because I'm working on a movie right now. A good amount of you guys probably already know that. I've been working on this horror film, and we just went into working on visual effects on it this last week. So my schedule is very limited during the week now because I'm working a lot longer hours. So with that being said, I had to cut back on my streaming schedule. And so I'm doing these once a week streams, so I'm trying to mix a little bit of both. Last week we did some nuke compositing with the tracking and then exporting that into Blender, then doing some animation in Blender. And then this week we'll be 3D modeling a character model and going from there. So I'm trying to do a little bit of both, especially since both these softwares intermingle so much. It's kind of a bit of both. But that's the reason why there hasn't been 2 streams a week. It's only been 1. It's just because my time is very limited as of late. No stress, we understand. Oh, thanks, Matthias. No, I wanted to give you a little bit of understanding as to like where I'm coming from. I'd love to stream more, but unfortunately, just like right now, my schedule is just very packed out. But this is the 3D scene that we have here already. We built out some of the structure of it with the camera movement. And so now all we have to do is change out this bad boy right here. This guy right here, he doesn't look very drone-like to us. So what does that look like? What are we going to be creating instead? And this right here is kind of the thought. This is a drone I created using Midjourney. I went through several different iterations, and honestly, I really like this one. I might add some more gizmos on the side. I want some spinning movements, maybe some kind of like propeller motion. So we might look into some reference videos of what that would look like, and then that way we can create our 3D model based off of that. But this is what we're going to be creating today. And of course, you guys already would have had this if you guys are part of the Patreon. I have all the project files for what we are creating and all that stuff up on the Patreon, including the edited video by Benjamin over there, who already cut it down to 24 minutes. So if you want to watch that whole last live stream in 24 minutes of just the highlights, you can check that out. It's already up on the Patreon, as well as the project files, which includes everything here, including the reference, the comp, the CG, the track, and everything. So without a further ado, let's jump right on in because we've got a lot to get done today. We're just going to be creating this model here, and I'm thinking we might do that in the same Blender scene. I'm not quite sure yet. I'm thinking it might be best for us to have a new Blender scene and then just link it. It's just probably the best way to do that. But yeah, I went and watched, this is a bit of a change of subject, very hard turn to the left on the change of the subject here, but I did go watch the John Williams concert at the Hollywood Bowl on Friday evening, which was fantastic. That's why I got like all the Star Wars vibes right now. I almost want to make this a little bit more Star Wars-like because I was listening to all that music. Now, here's how we get started with like some hard surface stuff. Realistically here, we're just going to try to break this down with the different types of shapes that we're seeing here, right? Because every object is made up basically of cubes, spheres, cylinders, and you name it, all that jazz. So if we just add in, I know I just deleted a cube, but you always delete the default cube, okay? You delete the default cube, and then that way you keep things clean, all right? I'm going to save this as we'll just call this drone. And actually, I don't want to call it drone. I want to call it MDL for model. Go ahead and save that. This is still using last week's date for the project files. It'll probably just keep everything a little bit cleaner. I know it's technically today's the 14th, not the 7th, but you know, we'll make do. We'll make do. And then overall, I kind of just want to figure out, let's see, this is going to be the front of it. Let's just grab the back face here, and then we'll just grab that out and just start adding in some topology. Honestly, since everything is just so hard surface, it makes it a lot easier to kind of create your 3D models based off of that. Let's do this. We'll add 2 edge loops here, and that will just give us that kind of like octagon-y kind of shape that we want. Perfect. And we'll grab the top here. I might just scale that in as well. And that's going to give us kind of like that front of the iris here as we're working on it. And then we'll put the lens in as well. I'm thinking with the lens, it'll probably be more of like a cylinder. Let's just hide that for right now. But when we add the cylinder, we can always remove the amount of vertices. Let's do this where we can actually see it. We're going to hide the cube. Let's add in a cylinder. There's that. And let's see. Let's go down to something a lot smaller. Like maybe that or 9. Kind of like 9. And then now, just grabbing that cylinder on the inside. We'll just kind of line this up and create our lens on the outside here. It's all about the basic shapes, honestly. Because from the basic shapes, we could basically create anything. that down a little bit. And let's extrude that and scale it in. We're just going to kind of like inset that. But I want to subdivide smooth this if I can. Is it possible? I do want the interior inset to be more circular. So if we say cursor to select it on this specific item. Hey, how's it going, Keysign? Welcome in. How are you doing? I'm just going to add in like another cylinder here, and we'll change that back to like 32 vertices. And then rotate that. We're going to use this as a Boolean here to get more of a smooth kind of interior for this lens. Now really it's just like how thick do we want this outside kind of edge. Cool, Mike, thanks. I actually finally like did some tests to make sure that the mic is working properly with the music, and I actually have it dynamics now, so the intro music was the like a higher volume. Then when it jumps into the scene, it actually is at a lower volume. Look at me, guys, I'm learning. And let's use this to kind of like we'll cut quite a bit into it. Let's go and hide this. We want to make sure that we don't puncture all the way through. Although, actually, that might be a good idea. Let's have it puncture all the way through. And then we'll, right here, use a Boolean from the cylinder out here. Just apply that. Go ahead and delete that. And now we're going to have kind of this nice lens cap or exterior thing, you know, going on, and then we can create our lens on the inside of that. You're doing good? Awesome. I'm going to add in a cylinder now, just a UV sphere. And, you know, we can, you know, make that quite a bit smaller. Shade smooth that. Now you've got yourself like a nice little lens on the front of that drone. I think that works pretty nicely for us. We're mostly trying to create kind of like that section there. And now we can always later add in kind of some of these lines that are popping up just by adding in a few different edge loops and then extruding outwards on those to create some buffs and stuff with inside of our model. So now let's go back into edit mode on our main piece here. Really, this isn't that big of a character piece. We're mostly using this as like a ring of how everything's working. So let's just create that about that distance there should be fine. And then we'll have everything kind of like extrude inwards from that. So we go down to there, scale that down. That way, just got ourselves a nice defined edge. And again, we'll just do this all the way to the inset here. We'll scale that back down. And now if we grab kind of like that edge and that edge, we can grab both those and drag those all the way over here. Scale that down. And move that over. Cool. Okay. And then that can then grab, I think ideally we just want to now create that bit of the surface up here. This is basically the piece we're doing. A lot of detail. We're going to add some more, Ben. Don't worry about it. We're going to add some more. I think I love hard surface modeling because it really just comes down to using shapes to create everything. Not that I think it's easier than sculpting or anything like that, but I do find, I don't know, it's the first thing that I ever learned how to do was hard surface modeling. Sculpting was something that I got into quite a bit later. Let's use this though. We'll just keep extruding that outwards. I'm going to scale it more on the x-axis then on the y-axis, or on the z-axis, just... And then just as like the main piece of the body, I know that there's going to be more of like a flap on the top here, which we're going to have to do. And honestly, let's see, how could we go about that? Let's do that with a cube here. So if we grab a cube, just scale that up. We're going to use this as another Boolean opportunity here. Let's just grab this whole thing and... Okay. And maybe before we do that, I want to get the shape down of the top, because we're basically going to be chopping off everything below it. And once we do that, I'm wondering, I don't know, we're probably going to create some bad topology when that happens. So I'd rather not have to worry too much about that going forward. Let's see, let's grab that here and... Just going to create that wing. With a bit of a edge to it. Just make sure I'm not screwing anything up on that side. Yep, no, that's all good. And yeah, I mean, we're just mostly creating that back half there before it pops back out on the back side of the wing. And then we'll fix the kind of like the Z part of it here in a moment, which it's going to have more of a center plop here, which this will be a separate piece of glass. So, you know, we'll again kind of Boolean that out. I think we just edge select this if we can. Maybe not. We just use bounding box, guys. And just cleaning up that kind of rotation there. I'm not really caring too much about the bottom half of it because we're going to use a Boolean to chop all that out. We're mostly just creating kind of like the top bit here. So again, we'll just bounding blocks, select that, and just keep going. How far out do we want to go? Do you think that's wide enough for the outside edge? I guess we could start to... Yeah, and then now we'll just create like that back bit there. Okay, I might make that a little bit thicker, but I think that's pretty good distance right there. And so now we just create a Boolean shape to delete out the bottom of here. Before we do that, let's fix, I think if we add in 2 edge loops here, and we select all of those, going all the way back here, we just want that center piece to go up a bit. Oops, not like that. Not like that. I think, okay, before we do that, we'll add in 2 more edge loops here. And if we select both those edge loops and we just raise them slightly. I love the idea that you make full CG shots by using Nuke and Blender. Do more off that. Oh, thank you. I think it's nice because it like just shows the practicality. Sometimes I really love doing the CG shots, but you know, how often are you really ever making a CG shot from scratch? For me, not as often. Oh, jeez. That did something a little unexpected on the bottom half there. Should have been paying attention. I don't want the bottom selected. Let's go back to front view here. We're just going to deselect, I think, all of that. We'll go to top view here. I might want to deselect that. I agree. I think I'd like to do a little bit more of that. Unfortunately, with like how I was doing my streams before, just really didn't have enough time to do it. And so that's where I was like, okay, if we take multiple weeks, I feel like this is something that I would be fine with taking multiple weeks to do. Just select all the way back there and just raise that up a little bit more. Usually done by a team of people versus an individual, right? Yes. That is true. But I feel like as technology is progressing, it becomes easier and easier for individuals to be able to do things like that. Okay, all the way back here, we've got this wing that goes down. Why does it go down? I didn't want you to go down. Okay, let's add in a cube now. We're going to add in a new mesh, a cube, and we're going to use this as our Boolean operator to basically chop out the bottom half of our drone. We only need kind of like this top bit here. Yeah. Let's see, we'll go all the way up that. We're basically going to create the kind of like the laying flat part at the very top of the drone. And where does that come in on? All the way up to here, I think. And then let's extrude this, and then grab that, move that down. Don't want to play you back. We're fine. But yes, to answer your question, Ben, usually I feel like quite a bit, the teams are usually made up of very much multiple people. Actually, normally even CG versus, like if you were doing 3D versus 2D, those would not be the same jobs at all. So a compositor wouldn't be doing the same work as a CG artist that is doing stuff in 3D, because those are just very different jobs from very different people. However, there are people that are called generalists that do both. I happen to do both, but that is not a go-to, you know, for a lot of artists in the world. You know, for the most part, stuff is done by kind of different departments, really. I'm going to take this whole thing up here. Let's just bring it down a little bit. Now that we have that bottom section kind of chopped out, that'll give us the ability to create our own insetted bottom half of the drone. And again, everything here, super low poly. We will fix a lot of stuff in a small bit of time. But I think now if we take all of this, we can join it into one. And I kind of want to take this whole thing, and using our lovely cursor here, let's just scale it. What am I doing here? I want to do it on the cursor. And we're going to scale on the z-axis on the cursor. What am I doing? Global. Oh, this one. What a... Wow. My brain is... So we'll scale that down so that way it's a bit smaller. Let's redo that, actually. I kind of want to make sure this is centered, especially since I just want to scale it. So if I just select both those vertices, I could say cursor to selected. Do you like most to do comp? I do prefer doing comp. Though, you know, I like to do different things. And so I think that when I started streaming CG specifically because it was something that I really don't get to do all that often. And so I wanted to do more of it. And the only way I could really justify the amount of time it takes to do those things is to live stream it. So that's really the big reason why I started streaming. What is that? That is a weird topology thing. But yeah, I mean, as far as like, do I prefer comping or CG? I think it's a mixture of both. Right now I'm doing quite a bit of CG shots for this film that I'm working on, and I love doing those shots just because I feel like CG is one of those things where when you do it, people know that it's a visual effects shot, and then if they like it, then it just feels a little bit better. Whereas quite a bit of compositing work is just indivisible. It's invisible work. And so you have to make sure that nobody knows that you ever did anything on it. And that to me, I don't know. I just done so much of it in the past, and then nobody ever gives you props or credit. Nobody goes, "Oh, wow, your work was so good on that." And so you never really feel like you did a good job. And you know what? I guess that's a good thing, because if somebody notices your work at that point, then, you know, you're not doing a good job. And I don't know. So it's different. It's different. It definitely depends. Like, some of my favorite shots are CG shots that I've done in my career. Is it an AI image? Is what an AI image? The one on the right here is a Midjourney AI image, and I'm recreating it in Blender right now. Used it to create some concept art. I think that's what I really love about Midjourney is, like, you can just generate concept art so quickly and, you know, go through different iterations of stuff. Like, I'm not really a concept artist, so whenever I need to create artwork really quickly that I can just, you know, use on a live stream, it's pretty fantastic, honestly. Okay, I like that lip that we're creating there, and now I just want to make sure that continue that here. What I might do is we delete only the faces on this ledge here, and then I want to fill in like faces like this, tries, and then now we're going to have this piece here, but I want to create a lip before I do that. So now if we fill that in, it'll give me the ability to create a lip based off of that single line. So let's see. Might actually do it before. So if I go into the top here and then create that edge loop there, and let's do the same thing on the right side. I think I have to do it on the left side as well. Yes. And we'll just go over here. Same with the left side, just line that up. I think I accidentally filled that in first. So let's do that again. We'll go over here to the right side. We'll create that edge loop all the way at the very bottom, and then do the same thing over here. Perfect. And then now just an edge loop on this front face. This will just give us the ability to create our own face. Perfect. Do the same thing over here as well. Fill that. And then now we just can fill in that whole triangle. But now that we have that selected, one thing we can do is we can actually just extrude that outwards and create a bit of a outside lip to this window here. So I'm going to select all the way around to that face there. Yeah, one more to the side. And then we'll just extrude, and then I'm just going to scale that out slightly. So now we've got ourselves a lip around that window. And let's see, proportional editing wise, you might want to scale everything in. Cool. Then obviously through shading, we are going to get a really nice image on that. So I'm just going to keep saving my work as I'm moving along here. That'll be kind of like the top bit of our drone. Let's see. Let's grab this backside here. I'm just going to extrude it outwards. This is where we can just be a little bit creative with how we want to do some of this, because we can't really see the back of that on this concept art. But create a little bit of a backside. Cool. And that could just be the back of our drone there as, you know, it flies in. Now, I'm thinking we'll want some kind of propellers on this thing. So let's see what we can do there. I do have like we could just search for like drone images. And just search like futuristic. Some kind of like propeller system, like I kind of like these things here. I don't know. Might get away with not doing any, but I do feel like you have to have something to make it feel a little believable, right? What do you guys think? Just scale that down, and then over here, let's grab this entire outside edge. And then we'll use proportional editing and just kind of like bring everything down. I'm thinking we'll just give a little bit more shape to this backside here. Whoopsies. What did I do? Keep it on selection box. It's wild how much AI images pop up when you do an image search. Yeah, I was gonna say it's pretty surprising how many AI images popped up through Google right there. What did I do with the topology here? Did I break it? Okay, and that can just be like the on top piece. Let's see. So we've got this on the front here. Let's create ourselves a bit of an underbody to this whole thing. So we'll just start out with a cube again. And let's see, let's go about to here, and let's scale everything a little bit. I don't know. Let's bring it up also. I'm trying to think how I want to envision this inside piece. Let's use like 2 edge loops. Why can I not scale those by X? That's the weirdest thing, dude. We'll do something like that, and then have like some front pieces just lined up, like to create these shields here. Kind of like the idea of that. Let's just do that real quick from like a top view. And I don't know, I feel like something like that could work. And from here, we'll just scale that up, extrude it out a bit, scale it up, scale it in a little bit. And, I don't know, just add in a little bit of a nice... Take that whole thing, scale it down a little bit. So now we've got ourselves like a nice little shield, guys, that we can just stick on the front of our drone. Might want to rotate this whole thing, honestly, a little bit more. There we go. We could just scale that down and place that over on our drone. Let's see. Got that there, and what is kind of coming from down under? Cool thing with a lot of this is that since it's literally just copy paste work, all we have to do is just mirror this. So if we just mirror it over the actual cube here, it'll go to the other side. Then we don't have to worry about doing twice the amount of work. And again, we're just making everything super low poly right now, and we will add more detail as we're going. Today we're just modeling, so you know we don't have to get the whole shot done today. It's pretty cool. Take this whole thing and let's see. You know what? We have to select just the faces all the way around and then extrude these guys out. Let's see. For the most part, don't want that. Just have it kind of go that way. Maybe a little bit. It's totally fine. Any games you're playing these days? Good question. I just downloaded it with my friends. What's that called? Chained. Ben, what's that game called we were playing? Chain going up or something like that? Oh, jeez, I just spilled all over myself. Yeah. Called Mr. Butterfingers over here. It's called Chain Going Up. It's the game where like you're with your friends and that you're like chained and then you have to jump up all of those different obstacles to get to the very top. So we're like a quarter of the way through. Chained together. Chained together. Damn, I really just spilled all over myself. Damn it. That was the game we were playing. That was pretty fun, actually. I really enjoyed it. We haven't finished it yet, obviously. We're not pros, okay? We're no pros, but it was a good time. Let's see. I kind of want to make this not so long. Great game. Also, only $5, guys. Like, I do want to, one of these days, I always say this, I want to make a video game, guys. I think it would be so much fun. And it's like, I've wanted to ever since I was a kid. So it's not like this is like a recent fantasy. I actually like how that goes all the way through. But nowadays, it's so easy to do it. Like, holy crap. Like, Unreal Engine, dude. You don't even need to know how to code. Now, I do know how to code. I code in Python. But you don't need to know how to code. You can literally just, like, use script, like, Visual Code scripting. Does anyone remember Blender back in the day when they had the game engine inside of it? That's basically what like Unreal Engine is, but on steroids. Because like if you guys didn't know, Blender used to have a game engine built into it. You had to use some Unreal for Unity, and it was honestly a pain. Well, yeah, I would agree. I really dislike using Unreal Engine, but I can imagine myself getting into it. Guys, I just want to retire, all right? I just want to retire and make video games for a living. Can I do that? Is that possible? Sign me up. I kind of just want to make animated films, like personal animation projects and personal animation projects and films. That's all I want to do. Or video games. Video games and personal animation projects. I've had a game that I wanted to work on since college. I'm not going to tell you guys the name of it because I don't want anyone to steal my idea. But I think it would be such a fun game. It's like a mixture of chess and Risk, basically. And yeah, one of these days I'll code it. One of these days I'll make it. We'll do a live stream till I make it, because you could basically just use ChatGPT these days to code games for you. I mean, again, I know how to code, but if you guys don't know how to code, there is no reason to not know how to code these days. Like, so many resources to learning. Like, I mean, it used to be like a joke to say that like you don't know how to code, you just use Stack Overflow. Well, now it's a legit thing. You don't know how to code, you just use ChatGPT. There are 5 different approaches on how to replace the standard character with a metahuman. No tutorials explaining why and do, and just press the buttons. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't use enough of Unreal Engine to really tell you how to do any of that. Have you guys played any games recently, though? What games have you guys played? I'm going to convert all of this. Wait, can I press Control-C to convert? No. Object. Used to be able to press, like, I think C. It was just C? No, M? There was a button to convert. And I can't remember how to do it, but now I have to go all the way up here to say convert to a different object. Convert to mesh. And do that to all of these. Convert to mesh. Convert to mesh. Does anybody know the shortcut? There's got to be a shortcut. Like, Blender changed it, and I don't know what changed it to, or why they changed it. Key mapping. A bit of Teamfight Tactics. TFT? Not really TFT, no. It's... I'd have to explain it to you at a different time. I'm gonna make this game, so it's not like I wanna, you know, give everyone away my game idea here. Let's use a mirror here as well. I'll just mirror it around the front of this object and then apply it. So now we got ourselves some pipes holding up that front kind of shield piece that we have there. Looks a little bit better. You see, guys, we're just adding in details slowly to this whole thing. It's not a lot of work, just, you know, little bits here, little bits there. Although Teamfight TFT, dude, I've never been good at that game. My brother tried to get me into playing because, okay, I know this makes me a little bit of a degenerate, but I do play League of Legends for all of you guys. And unfortunately, inside of League of Legends, there's TFT, and I am really bad at TFT. I've tried to get good at it. It's just there is a... I feel like you just need to read too much about how the game works to play it, and I don't do that, so... Just duplicate this all the way down. That'll be bolts on the front. I think that's fine for me. We'll just join those, and again, mirror... This is the great stuff about making a drone, guys, is both sides are literally duplicates of each other. Try Alt-C. Yeah, let me try that real quick. So I got myself a curve, Bezier curve, Alt-C. Alt-C is still a curve. Although Alt-C would make sense, or Control-C, and that just still copies. Shift-C, what does that do? Shift-C sets like focus to like all of your objects or something like that. I don't know. What price am I going to put on my game? I mean, I guess it all kind of depends, right? Like, is the game like a full-blown, like, is it, how many years do you spend on it? How big is the game? You know, if the game is really big, as not big as in popularity, but big as in like it actually has a lot of features in it, that's when games are worth more, in my opinion. But you know, for me anyways, I mean, I couldn't tell you how much I would charge. I always thought like a good price for just like indie developers is like $20. But then again, I mean, it depends on the game. Like, if it's like a game that doesn't really have anything in it, then it's like, okay, $5 or $1 or free, you know? Kind of depends on the game. It really does depend on the game. It's not like there's a one-size-fits-all, really, for creating games and trying to sell them. I think very rarely would an indie, in fact, almost never would an indie developer ever sell their game for like $60, like what the AAA games try to sell their the games for. Although, interestingly, I do feel like, honestly, $60 for a game that you have forever, and, you know, that's not a bad price. As far as, like, economically, like, is it worth your money? You know, like, spending $60 on a game that you'll last forever and spend thousands of hours in? Not that bad. As long as there aren't microtransactions. Oh, no, dude, I hate microtransactions. Well, in my specific... Ben, have I described what my game was to you before? Maybe you haven't. I know I did with Veeth, if he ever shows up. Because this was something I was working on... Actually, no, I know I did. I know I told you about my idea. Get this like centerpiece here. That's fine. Let's duplicate it now, and then if I scale it down, and we're not going to scale on the 3D cursor, we're going to scale on medium points here, and then we'll just scale it on the outwards, basically. I just want to create a Boolean again. Lots of just shapes. Honestly, just creating shapes and shapes and shapes until we get everything we want for this drone. Guys, imagine that. We started with a cube. Just start it with a cube. Oh, it's funny. My drink is in the camera angle. That's hilarious. And then we'll add in some legs here. We've got these legs kind of like sticking out. I do like this. That's probably one of the better parts of this drone so far, honestly. Trying to keep it away from looking like a like an airplane. It's not an airplane. Let's grab that back. We'll just create like this back flap. Oh, Ben, how is long legs? I didn't get a chance to chat with you last night about it. Was it good? I kind of want to go watch it. Instead of watching that today, though, I'm watching, what am I watching? I just said it. Inside Out. I'm watching Inside Out instead. I don't know. I'm a sucker for good animated films, guys. Let's do that. Create an antenna on the back of this as well. Longlegs was really good. Not even close to the scariest film I've ever seen, but a solid crime thriller. Okay. Do you care about quads? I should. Should I care versus do I care? Next question. I don't care as much about quads. Should I care about quads? I probably should. Do I know enough about why I should care about quads? No, because I don't really do that much rigging and character animation. So you know, I think it works for me. I get away with it. Should I do it? No, it's really bad practice for me to like just ignore that quads are a thing. But no, I should care about quads, but I don't. Press Control 1 and you'll find why you should care. Yeah, sure. That's when I care. That's when I care. That's when I care. But and then I do fix it. But then for the most part, I just have bad practice when I'm doing my modeling, and I know I should have better control. Well, not control, but I should have better habits. I should have better habits. I've been trying to get better, guys. It's just hard, man. It's just hard, okay? I'm not justifying myself. I'm just saying that I might not necessarily be the worst person in the world when it comes to this. Just saying. Ah, no, I hate that. Let's just make these antennas like really thin. Scale that down. And they're just going to be short stubs. But yeah, I don't know if that helps. But don't listen to my advice on whether or not... Well, I think my advice is good. My advice is that you should care about quads. Do I care about quads? No. But it's also because I don't do a lot of character animation work. I do... You know, most of the stuff I do are stills, honestly. And in that particular point, it doesn't really matter if you've got good topology or not, because as long as it looks good in the one frame that you're doing, then you're fine. I didn't say that that was a good method of, you know, doing stuff, but that is how my philosophy is usually with these things. Let's do that. I like that. We'll just apply it now. Now I've got myself some back flaps for our drone here. And really not that much of a drone yet. But let's see. Let's take this whole number here. And we will just scale that up. And let's see. Let's select both these edges here. Scale those guys up as well. And scale that out. Okay, great. We'll just go to top view here and we'll just grab that out. Now we've got ourselves our... We just have to build the arm around this really, but... Thinking something down like that. And then if this is really the front of a blaster, then, you know, we'll have to add in some additional details as well here. Just mostly mirror that around. Let's do that. And then we'll add an additional cube here. Yeah. Okay. I think I got an idea. So, scale that out. Just hide this for right now. And then for the most part, let's just create the shape of this. So we just want the top shape. And then we'll use a Boolean to create kind of like the inset of it. Hmm. 3D is so fun. I wish my friends also get into it, but they never... Yeah, I mean, hey, it is difficult to get into though. So like, there's a bit of a learning curve to it. I always thought 3D is quite a bit like pottery, you know? Just 3D modeling. That's good there. And then we'll create like a bit of a nice ledge, I think, on the outside as well. Before we do that, let's grab this guy. Kind of make the outside of that as well. It's pretty nice. Now, for the most part, let's just duplicate this guy, move him over slightly. And let's see. Let's grab this bottom piece here. And now we'll just create like that Boolean again. Just using that outside piece as our Boolean. Just mostly trying to create essentially just like sleeves of the inside objects that we want to have. And honestly, we could just keep the same thing here. It's pretty cool. And that's just going to be kind of like the section that holds our outside arm drone mechanism. So we can join that. And just smooth that out as well. It's pretty cool. And for the most part, that's good. Just want to add in a few extra details. Do that simple. Actually, I have a better idea. Let's just select the edges here for, I don't know, that and that. We'll duplicate those and then make them their own separate objects. And then now with these, if we just convert them to a curve, we can actually add geometry for free just by going down here to the depth and just extruding outwards. Now we've got a bit of a grill. Then we'll take that and then we will convert that back to a mesh and then join that object back. And there you go. Just gonna add in a bolt maybe at the very top here. It's pretty good. Might actually do more than one bolt, honestly. Let's do that, that. Maybe a bolt on the underside as well, like right here. Bolts are like those little extra pieces of detail that they just make everything look way better. It's going to be a nightmare to shade, though. And then now if we just mirror this, honestly, we'll be able to see that as well. Now, let's see, what does the connection piece between these two look like? The hard part is we're going to have to set up rigging for all this too. Do that and then just have this kind of like right there and go for like a ball and socket kind of joint. So okay. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Don't absolutely hate it. Don't really like it either. So now if we just grab the bottom piece here, make that go down. Honestly, that works. Let's see, let's grab that. We'll just make those separate faces, so that way they don't blend in. Okay. Great. That's what we got so far, guys. That's what we got so far. Now we really got to create the underlegs of the kind of like this drone piece here. And then when we rig all of this, I do want these guns to be all like rigged in a way where we can move them in any direction that we want. Let's see. I kind of also want to take this. Let's duplicate it. Let's scale that up. It's kind of cool that it goes off the backside. I mean, I don't think I want that, but it is kind of cool. Let's use cursor selected here, and honestly, the easiest way to do this is just to add in a cube. That's going to go till the intersection point where we don't see it anymore. Might even scale it up a little bit more. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and add in a boolean. This boolean will go before the mirror. And let's select this cube as our boolean point. Just apply that, delete it. Great. That's already looking sweet, guys. Looking sweet. It's remarkable how much you can do with just cylinders and cubes to create a whole model. Just cylinders and cubes. That's nice. We'll work on some of the legs now, I think. So this is the arm, shoulder pieces here. We can start working on some of the legs that are going underneath. I do think that we have too much of a front piece here between that and this compared to our drone photo here. That makes it look a little bit more like an airplane than it does a drone. I don't know. I don't necessarily hate, actually. Let's add the cube in now and work on some of this. Yeah, let's place the legs here. Should be good. Let's... just scale it in. I'm just trying to create a bit of a rounded edge here on the outside of that leg piece. Since we're going to have like a second piece of leg that's going down, but I think this upper object, I think that can work. And then we'll go ahead and add in a cursor here and just another cylinder maybe. I always like just with like these cylinders just to have like a bit of a nub on the end of it, and that way it kind of makes it feel more purposeful than just like a regular cylinder. And that's just insetting it and then extruding outwards again. It's really not that much work just to add that little bit of detail there. Now I want to add a grid on the front of this guy. I think the best way to do that, if we select both these faces here and we just duplicate that as its own separate plane, and we just make it its own selection, we can add in more subdivided surfaces. I'm going to deselect these subdivided surfaces here. Just kind of see if we can even it out a little bit. Oh, I got a better idea. I don't know why I went that route. We didn't need to do it that way. Let's delete these vertices. And then we'll just fill everything, because now I got the two sets of vertices there. Now it's just one plane. So now if we subdivide everything, we're going to create very even amounts of vertices. Now if we delete only the faces, we'll be left with all of the edges and all of the vertices. Let's see. I actually want to make it a little bit less. Let's try this. I want to add one edge loop in the center and then do it again, so that way it's a little more square-like rather than more rectangular-like. And then we'll do the same thing again. So delete only the faces. We've got a little bit of a bigger grid this time. So we will convert this to a mesh. Or sorry, we'll convert it to a curve. And when we got that, we'll have our curve options here. And under geometry, we can extrude the depth of this by a small amount. Not too big, but like a small amount, like 0.01 should work totally fine. And that's going to create ourselves like a nice little grid that we can have on the front of our flap, basically. So if I unhide my object again, so now we'll have ourselves a grid. And the smaller those squares are, the smaller our grid is going to be. I think that is a perfect size for this particular instance. And now all we have to do to add in a little bit more detail is we can add in some edge loops here. I might go something like that. Here we go. So now we'll just take that whole edge and then extrude it, scale it out, and it'll be covering our kind of grid that we created in a nice little way. Now I would do that maybe all the way down. Let's create a bottom piece as well. So now if we select the bottom and the top and this kind of like connecting area, just go ahead and extrude it, scale it out a little bit. Now we're only going to have the grid in like a specific area, and the rest of it's going to be scaled out a little bit. I think that adds a nice little extra bit of detail to the entirety of that section. So now we've got two pieces of grid that are interconnected. You can always have this extrude outwards as well, just to help create a little bit more of a lip on the outside of that leg area. So we're going to save that. I'm going to join these together. This and this, of course, will just join together. Oh, right. We have to convert this back to a mesh, which will just convert back to mesh. And then we'll join that together. And then through some materials later, that'll make it so we can make it really pop. So now we'll just go ahead and go back into our modifiers, add in a mirror, and then mirror around the drone here to the other side. And then we're going to create the bottom half of these legs, because now we've got this section to create as we're working on this. Let's go ahead and save that. Yeah, so through the front piece of this, I'm thinking, firstly, let's go to top here. Move this out a little bit. And then we will create the inside of that as well later because, you know, it's two-parted. There's going to be a second part on the inside there. And then like right about right here, we want this kind of like needle-like thing to pop out. So let's add in another cylinder and just rotate that. This is kind of like that Star Wars the droid that comes in to get Leia. Wow. The only similarity between this and that, honestly, is the fact that it's got a needle on the front. So I don't know why I just said that. It's kind of like that. It's not at all like it. Go ahead and extrude that. Let's scale it inwards a little bit. And just extrude. And again. So that's the first bit. So now we're going to have a second piece here. And then I would say let's just extrude that again. Scale it in a little bit. Then out. Oh, about right there. Scale that in. And then out. Mm-hmm. And then the last one. Just extrude that in. Scale it out. Might actually redo that. Well, let's take this and we'll extrude that onto the inside here. Probably something about there should be fine. Okay, great. So that's the kind of like first bit of the needle that we'll have on here. And honestly, we just, you know, we can extrude this again, scale it to the size that we need it. Press Y, make it a little bit easier later. Now we can just extrude this outwards. All about creating those little extra notches on it, you know, to make it feel purposeful. What does the front of this look like? Okay. So how does that really go in front? I guess it does. And use that to kind of scale that down quite a bit. Okay. So now at this section here, let's just add the cursor to select it. It's just this little extra piece. Let's add a cube in and scale that all the way down to about right there. Now, just take this, and I'm going to rotate this around the 3D cursor to about there. Cool. So I'll just join that all together, and that's going to create ourselves that front needle injection site for that drone. So now if I just join this part of everything, it'll just duplicate it to the other side since we're using that mirror. Just like a nice little extra piece of a detail. And then we can go down with the rest of the leg now. So after we finish that, which actually we're not quite finished with it, but I might want to go into here and you can just extrude some of these points just to create a little bit of extra detail to like the connection of the other piece of the arm. I think that helps with just adding a little bit of extra detail. Something like that. Do it at the very bottom here. Honestly, I mean, here's the other thing. We already know how fast our shot is and like what we're really seeing. The truth is, are we really going to see any of this detail? No. But if there are multiple shots, or the director's like, hey, I want to add another shot where we see this drone from this other perspective, where there's like a close-up camera shot of the drone, that's when you're going to want to have like all these extra little details in here. Also, I saw this interview once from the guy who's working on Spider-Man, the new Marvel version of it. And he was talking about blurred out cities in the background. Do you still add just as much detail into the cities? And they said yes, because when you detail out, if you blur out detailed stuff, it looks better, like a better blur than like undetailed stuff. And obviously there's probably a certain level that it's like you're not going to add like a trash bag on the ground if you're like 20 miles away from a city and it's blurred out. But I do think though that like in this particular instance, when you add like dirt and grime on the crevices of your drone that you have, then when it's flying through, all that little dirt and grime is going to blur in like a specific way when it has that nice little motion blur to it, that it will feel more realistic because of that. And those are things to like, you know, watch out for. Let's see. Join all of that, and then for right now, I'm just kind of joining everything. That way it'll all just be one object. I think later we're going to make each one separate objects. And that'll make it a little bit easier to rig it. Let's see, I'm going to grab this back flap here. It's pretty nice, I like that. Just add little detail here and there wherever you can. I mean, this whole back here, honestly, just needs a little bit of a facelift to it. Do a cursor to select it on it, honestly. Let's add in a cube. See. Kind of line that up with the bottom if I can. Okay. It's decently nice. Just gives it a little extra support on the bottom edge. Doesn't feel quite like it's just like not that connected to anything. This, let's see, we need to kind of connect all of this now, so let's do the same thing on that end of it. Just add in another cube here. And same thing. I'm just going to add in a mirror though. So that way it's on both sides equally. And let's just scale it out. And scale that up. Scale it in. So that way it's like multiple joints basically. Cool. Go ahead and save that. And we'll add in a little bit more of these like connectors throughout. How's that feeling, guys? Might let's object, oopsies. Keep transform is what we really want. And I want to rotate this on that 3D cursor for right now. There we go. I like that angle a little bit better. It's either that or honestly we might go down with it. I don't know that I dislike that. So it's on the bottom edge of it. I don't know that I dislike that. I do feel like that should be like a movement though that it can do is go all the way down. So it's like flies up and then like that, like as if it's like a mechanical swap between the two states that it's in. That would be pretty sweet. I don't know if that's what we're gonna go for yet or not, but that feels like that should be what it does. Cursor selected. Go ahead and add just another cylinder in there. I'm not gonna lie, I do kind of want it to go in a little bit, but not that much. Let's just scale it down, move it in slightly, not too much, and then extrude it all the way back. It's pretty sweet. Let's add in a few wires on the inside here. Whenever, like, I feel that there's not enough details on something, I feel like just adding in some wires just makes it look so much better. So all I have to do is just add in this Bezier curve, go to geometry, and then we just extrude that outwards. I might do like a 0.02 on that, I think. Yeah, I like that. So now we just duplicate that, and then let's just change the rotation slightly. Not by much. I mean, it's a mechanical device, so everything should be like pretty decently spaced correctly. It's just, it should feel like more like, oh, it's been flying for years and maybe something got misaligned slightly. Like that. Let's just do one more. Maybe just, yeah, have that top side go on the outside there. And let's see. Okay, so this one will have connect right above. And so now it feels a little bit like a twirl of cables, but that actually might work pretty well for us. So we'll take this and then we'll convert all of these back to meshes. So that way we can join them together. Please, if somebody knows the shortcut for this convert thing, please tell me what it is. Because that is not fun to do. Just mirror it around the object. Awesome. And there we go. We just added a little bit of detail in there. I think that takes us a long way. And what was like the regular drones? They all have these like ugly legs on them. You know? Like these bottom legs. I feel like we should do something like that. You know, really there is a lot of AI generated like drones on here. It's kind of crazy. So, yeah, let's work on some of the legs here for what we're doing. Then we'll add in some more wires, I think, on this underside. And then I want to add a mechanical kind of like feature where it like pops out when it's ready to shoot with the arms here. So that way when we have the drone kind of go to that hover state, it does that. Let's take all of this though and scale it down. Actually, no, I kind of like the size that it's at. Just duplicate that, grab that on the y-axis, scale it up. Space, small, concept. Yeah, but these are all real drones. We don't want real drones, guys. Helicopter, personal combat, delivery, spider. I guess we'll just go with future. The future of real drone aerial combat. I don't keep futuristic, I guess. I don't know. Oh, wow. You guys have been chatting, and I haven't been seeing that. I apologize. I've not been ignoring you guys. My phone legitimately just was not playing the chats. I just looked over here to see what was going on. I apologize. Please forgive. I haven't been ignoring you. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. I don't like. How's it going? How you doing, VIOM? Do I have a texture for it, and will I rig it? Yes, I will be rigging. And I haven't textured it yet, so all that stuff will happen today, hopefully. That's the plan. Is today we're gonna do all this. I'm just mostly looking through different concept arts to see what inspires, you know, the noggin. Like all these Like, I feel like this is too dumbed down, and then all this other stuff is too futuristic. I think there's a certain point where it doesn't look as real if it looks like these super futuristic stuff. I don't know. I do not know. But this is what we got so far, guys. By the way, if you guys are liking this video, make sure to hit the subscribe button. We do these weekly live streams, and all of these project files will be up on the Patreon. Link is right down there in the description. And you guys can grab the project files from last week, and once this stream is over, I will be uploading these project files. So, if you guys are enjoying it, then consider subscribing. I might just go with these legs here. It's just the easiest thing to do for us right now. So I'll do that by just adding in a cube. Let's just add the cube like that. Just a little bit thinner, I think. Yeah, that's gonna work fine for us. And then now we'll just take that all the way down. Let's see, we'll have it a little curved first. Till about there, and then we'll extrude it downwards, I think. And just add a nice little edge loop there. This is where, honestly, just go straight from using a cube to adding in that extra detail. Let's see. Probably take 2 edge loops. Just extrude that in. Can I do that? I guess not really well, can I? And this is where my quad bad habits pop up, guys. Close your eyes. Okay, what did that do here? Okay, it works fine. We don't really see it. So that's that leg. Let's add a mirror so we can kind of see what we're doing. Thinking let's rotate that in a little bit more. So we'll rotate that on the 3D cursor. And select that guy. Now I'll create kind of the, like, I don't know, what do you call that? Like stands in which it's on top of, or will be on top of. Let's see, we'll just add in another cube. Scale that down, go back to medium point here. So that way we're not constantly scaling upwards on our object. Right. Have that move that back over. Go back to the front here. This is going to be, I guess, a smoothed out right side of this. We could just grab that edge and then just bevel it to basically accomplish what we're going for here. And then Have that go all the way up. And that's just like the hinge joint. Basically, I don't really like how... like, the AI kind of screwed that up. I want to almost make my own kind of like landing gear on the bottom of it. Just kind of like flattened out. I think that's pretty nice. Let's do that. Can two people play chained together on the same computer? I'm thinking might. I don't know. They do have a local version, I think. Maybe if they have a local version, then that would be yes. But as far as I know, we were just playing online together. Because none of my friends live near me. Okay, honestly, that works pretty nicely. And then let's see. Let's just add a cursor there. I just want to add in another little extra thing. If we go add in a cylinder now, scale that down to roughly the correct size. There we go. Just join all of that together. Now we have our nice little drone legs. I do feel like there should be 4 sets of legs, not just 2, because otherwise it feels... I don't know. It feels like it'll topple over, right? Chain Together does have local co-op, but some people don't like the split screen element. Oh, it's split screen. I feel like it should be like a Smash Bros, you know, where it's not exactly, it's not split screen. It's what do you even call that? Kind of like the screen just gets wider or whatever. I feel like that would be much better for that kind of a game. There we go. I don't know why I wasn't able to select that in face selection mode, but there we go. And now we'll just take this whole number, duplicate it, move it back, do the same thing over there. Cool. Okay. I might rotate it out a little bit. Or in more. Kind of like that. My only concern now is that this will be in the way if I want to do that kind of like downshifting gun location. How do you guys feel about that so far with the drone? Do you feel like we're missing quite a bit of a caboose there? So we'll have to figure something out in that regards, but maybe that's better, kind of like having it a little bit more. Like the legs will have to like rotate in and out basically. Okay. Awesome. Just add some more details while we're thinking about those legs, like location. I kind of don't mind them right now, and then we can see them fidgeting like, you know, as it's like landing and all that stuff. But yeah. Let's add in some wires on the front half underneath here, and then we'll go into adding a little bit of extra detail on the outside of this here as well. So yeah, it's not bad. I don't dislike that, guys. What do you guys think so far as our drone? I like some of the elements that I took from this photo, and I like some of the other things that we came up with ourselves. I definitely like the 4 legs better. Okay, let's see. I'm going to add in another edge loop here. And we'll do a nice extrude. I must have already applied my mirror. It's fine. That's how easy it is to do it again. For right now, I kind of want to turn the floor off. I want to see it as I'm modeling. We'll have that go all the way to the back here. Go to like that side, and then we'll add in a nice little bit of depth to that. Do I not have numlock enabled? What just happened? A little thick. A little bit thick there. Okay, that works. I like that. So we'll go ahead and duplicate it, and that way we can have a second one. And that goes all the way to the back. And again, we're just going to take these, we'll just convert them to meshes, that way we can mirror to the other side. We'll just join these together first before we do that, so we don't have too many different objects. Nice. It's like doing little things like that is so satisfying because it's really not that much work that basically just automatically gives us like a bunch of extra detail. Oopsies. Let's select our cube that we have here, and I'm just gonna extrude this downwards. And okay, that's not bad. And then now we'll just go ahead and add in a cylinder that we'll just chop through that. Scale that up, get that roughly the correct size and location. We'll just add another Boolean in. Boolean! There we go. I do like that. I mean, I don't really know what good it would be, personally, but, oh, man. I want to create like a propeller almost. Let's do that. Just move this over here real quick. Such an extra detail that we are really not going to see, but and let's see. Let's select this whole thing, kind of do that number with it. And we'll go to the back view of it and just rotate it slightly. Great. And now, just, you know, add in nice little extra detail there. Select everything, extrude it downwards, and we've got ourselves a nice propeller, guys. Now, with that propeller, let's take this. And okay, select that sphere that we just added over there. Say cursor to selected. Then we'll say Shift S, selection to cursor. We'll have to scale this down to the right size, about the size of that distance from the center outwards. We'll just scale that all the way down. Let's see what we can do here. So I want to rotate this like so. And now, from the side view, just duplicate it. Rotate 12 degrees. No, 20 degrees. Sure. And then duplicate it, rotate 20 degrees. Duplicate, rotate 20 degrees. Duplicate, rotate 20 degrees. You guys get the picture. We're just going all the way around. Yeah. Actually, this isn't gonna work. Because that sphere isn't actually in the center. So what we have to do is select our circle. Just the circle. So go to wireframe here. Select just the circle. Shift S. Cursor to select it. There we go. Shift S. Selection to cursor. Delete. Okay, so now if we duplicate this, rotate it 20 degrees, and just keep doing that. It still doesn't feel centered, and I'm wondering if it's because the Boolean screwed up. It's okay, we can fix this. I'm just gonna manually set it. It looks really good from this side. Almost want to duplicate this. But I don't have to duplicate it. I just have to mirror it. There we go, guys. Got ourselves a propeller on the back of that. And it looks just good enough. Hell yeah. We'll just have to make sure we animate that later, so that way it's not just like, you know, sitting there. Well, that's problematic. Okay. There we go, guys. There we go. We are on track. On track. How does that look for the model before we get into some texturing? Before we get into some texturing, how do you guys feel about the model? Okay. Do almost want to go to the front view here real quick and then do the same thing up here. And duplicate this. Just mirror everything. Okay, perfect. Okay, that's not bad. I don't know about that top piece. Let's get rid of that. Kind of, I don't know. I just don't like this part of it. We can fix things sometimes if we select all the correct vertices. Just do like that number. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, it feels a lot better. It doesn't feel as rounded at the top, which I didn't like as much. That's cool. Looks great. Thank you. Awesome. Sweet. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. We're certainly getting there. We are certainly getting there. Yeah. Certainly getting there. Now we just have to do some shading, I think, to kind of get in the same world. And then we'll do some rigging to finish up that aspect of it. So that way when we take it into our Blender, we do the animation. I'm thinking we'll do the animation next week. So we'll just work on modeling today, obviously, which we've already done. And the texturing of it. And then that way, and the rigging. And then that way next week we can focus more on... We might not even get to rigging today, honestly. Just because that's like a whole separate thing. But yeah, I feel like this is pretty cool. Pretty cool, guys. Pretty cool. Let's add in an HDRI that we can use. I'm thinking we'll just use the same environmental texture that we used previously. That way our lighting is consistent with what we're going to be going for. So let's just use that PNG. I'm going to swap over to Cycles. We'll use their GPU, make sure that our preferences are set correctly for our system. Okay, great. And yeah, this is supposed to be single image. That's looking perfect, right, guys? Perfect. No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm going to be right back. Going to the restroom real quick. But yeah. Okay, guys, we are ready to get into modeling this thing. I think one of the things I want to do real quick is we'll just set the backs to like transparent. This will make it a little bit easier for us to see all of our objects that we will be texturing. And then now we just have to get into doing some sick shading. All right, so as I said before, if you guys want this 3D model, as soon as this live stream is over, it's going to be over on our Patreon. You can find our Patreon in the link in the description. So just scroll down on the video. You guys will see the Patreon project files here from last week, but then also we will be uploading the project files for this week after this is over. So if you guys are interested in that, make sure to join the Patreon, help support the channel, help support the projects and all that stuff. And then of course, you guys always get uploads of all of our videos a week early. So there is that stuff. So anyways, let's go ahead and jump on into shading this thing. So right now we're starting off with basic materials for literally everything, and we just have to add in some nice grime and ugliness to everything. So one of the things we will be using on this specific project is the Surface Imperfections pack that I have already that I created. You guys can go download that for free from the Patreon if you guys are a member. And we're going to use that to grime up and dirty this thing, because right now it is looking way too CG, obviously. So, oh, that is not bueno, guys. Is that on both sides? Oh, I see what's going on here. So what we have to do is apply all transforms, and then we delete the... Yeah, guys, before we get into doing that stuff, we have to actually do a good job. So let's deselect everything here, and we're just going to delete the vertices on that end. Then we just have to add in a mirror. We'll just mirror it on our main cube. Perfect. But yeah, and then we'll go ahead and start adding in some shaders for everything. So, with that being said, I'm going to set up a nice little shader. Let's just see what the default settings look like here. Let's go window, new window. Put this over here into render view for our lovely drone. And then Let's see if we can join our areas here. So that way we've got a nice big old area to work with our shader graph. And then this is going to be what the final image looks like over here. Or at least the shader of, or the, guys, so many shaders. We're going to just shade this, okay? Let's go ahead and add in a new material. And we'll do this one by one. Unfortunately, I did join quite a bit of stuff together. So let's just create a base material for everything. Looks like I'm already screwing this up. We're just going to call this base drone. Turn off my caps lock, of course. Now with our base drone, let's find a nice metallic texture. I like using Polyhaven or Polyhaven textures, and they've got a lot of great different materials that we can find on the interwebs. Which actually, this looks decently limited for metal. What type of metal are we really going for here? I guess we're getting the outside sleeve, so it's going to be kind of painted almost. I don't really want to go this rusty. Let's go this green metal rust. I think that might work. I just don't like the green on it, but we can always change that to our own liking later. Let's save this to our materials folder. Call this textures, and I'll upload all this stuff to Patreon as well, so that way you guys can just download all the project files from one location. 7-zip. We'll just extract that real quick. Yeah. Let's do our displacement, our normals, and our roughness. Now, right now, it's going to try to do this using our green texture that it has. And obviously, I don't necessarily want our texture to be green, so we'll just have to make some adjustments to that. Let's plug all of this in. I know this isn't correct yet. And we'll set displacement there. I'm going to use a normal map, and we'll just plug our normal into that normal map, so that way at least that's correct. But let's go ahead and view this real quick. So our green texture is getting warped everywhere, and that's because we haven't set up UVs for this specific project. Now we could do some nice UV unwrapping, or potentially we could just use more of a procedural method, and that would be by changing this to object, and that would try to find a preferable object. Now I think still our UVs are screwing up with it. I can also try generate it, but I don't think that's really going to give us good results. So I think for the most part, we'll just stick with UV. And then what I like to do is just select everything and then say Smart UV Project, which creates its own islands automatically for everything pretty evenly and does a pretty dang good job. Now, we're going to see that it's going to create some issues in different areas. We just have to make sure that we watch out for those different issues. I might scale everything down, and then we're really not seeing that problem anymore. This is about the right size that we're going for. Might scale it down even a little bit more. Set that to like a 6 maybe. Yeah, that's about right. So this is pretty good size, you know, like these are like little dings on the drone. Now it's trying to give us this stuff automatically, but we're going to paint in quite a bit of the grime ourselves, which will really help with the realism of it, because right now everything just feels very much like a tile texture over everything. So we're going to use this same texture coordinating and mapping for all of our different images, because we are scaling the UVs by 6. So we're just going to apply this to all of our textures here. Now if we go view our principled BSDF that we created, it's going to give us this really ugly looking texture, because that's what it did. Kind of gave us an ugly looking texture. But we're going to make some adjustments to this. So first of which is the roughness. This is coming in through that. We can always add in a color ramp after this and then make some adjustments to how much roughness we really want to have on our object. Thinking that we're probably going to want to make this a little bit more contrasty, so that the areas that are rough are going to be really rough. The areas that aren't rough aren't going to be quite as rough. So if we just do that, Might just a little more crunchy so. Now the thing is, this metallic is set to 0 right now. We could just turn it all the way up because we know that it's going to be completely metallic. And then I think our normals are still messed up, so let's just disable that for right now. Then everything is pretty bad. So let's go back into this. Now, the metallic is going to be kind of more of the inverse of our roughness that we have. So if I take an invert node and we plug whatever our output of our roughness in through the color and then plug that into our metallic, should give us better results there. Honestly, kind of depends on how much, like, obviously we want to have like the rusty spots be the areas that are not going to be as reflective, and then obviously that would mean that that would not be as metallic, so that gets plugged in through the principal BSDF like so. That's kind of like the thought pattern behind that. Now if we unplug our base color, we should just get like straight up like this kind of like silvery metallic kind of material that we've got going on here. I'm going to shade smooth by angle. So that way certain angles that are within like 30 degrees are going to be smooth. But all of the ones that we want purposely to have like kind of like that angular motion to them are going to have that sharp edge to it. Now, with our green rust material that we've got here, we really don't want the green. So what we're going to do is we're going to plug in a hue saturation after this diffuse. And we'll just remove completely the saturation on this. We'll need to bring up the values of this, but honestly, we might just do that later. Let's use a color ramp for that, actually. Actually, maybe color ramp's not the best move. Let's use a curves. And we'll just place that curves on here, and now we can just make everything quite a bit brighter. Now we do want all the areas where the rust is, I kind of still want that rust to come through. And so what we could do is, let's go look at the photo of the green again. Okay. What we really want to do is maybe remove the green values that are here. I'm thinking that what we could do for that is let's use an RGB, and we'll set this RGB value to kind of like the green that we have. And if we use, we're basically going to green screen it out. We're kind of keying it out. We're going to create a matte of all the areas that are green and the areas that aren't green. So that way we can keep the areas that are not green through a matte. So we'll use a mixed color node, and we're going to basically say, hey, what is the difference between, and we'll just say that through, not multiply, where's the difference? We'll say difference between this color here and this color here. And if we go view that, it should give us a crazy, just those values, and everything else will be black. So what we'll do is we'll say hue and saturation. I'm going to say remove that saturation. Now we've got kind of like this matte of only the rust spots that we had before, right? And we can make this more visible through like a color ramp. So if we throw a color ramp on here, just take those, and now we'll take all of those values of those rust and just like really punch those up. And now if we go view this kind of like black and white photo that we created, this will be the new diffuse that we want. But we want to take that rust material that we had and mix that basically back on top of it. So we're just going to say mix color. And this really is kind of the same concept of exactly what we would do if we were in like compositing. Like, so think of this as a compositor. We're basically going to be taking the diffuse, this green metal texture here, and then we will be plugging that matte into it. And then we will be plugging our white value from these RGB curves underneath into the mix. So now if we go view that, and actually we might need to swap this. I don't know how Blender's interpretation works on this. But now we're going to be getting those kind of like metallic, kind of like black colors that are coming into that. And then the more that we're mixing in, the more of that green grime that's going to come in over top of that white texture. And this is just like, we're basically thickening the amount of our mask here by dragging this white slider. And the more white everything is, the more it mixes basically that on top of it. And primarily we're removing the green. So we want to find like a good spot where it's like keeps like that orangey yellow look, but then gets rid of the majority of the green of our texture. And we're just mixing that back on top of our new white desaturated kind of like material that we're creating here. So I'm just going to get this to be a little bit whiter. And now we got all of this lovely grime and like dings onto our surface pretty easily. So then we'll just take this whole thing. Let's just stretch this out a little bit further over here. Let's see, that's all good. Then let's take this mix value that we just created here, and then we'll plug this into our base color. So now if we go view our base color, it should have like all of those grimes and dings that we created, and it's just mixing those back on top of everything else. And just adding in that nice little extra like dirty grime that we would have had. Of course, you know, through our roughness, we now want to make sure, or actually through our displacement, we actually want to make sure that that's not being displaced too much, because you'll notice that it's actually multiplying quite a bit on top of this. But it's also not really displacing our object, and that's because inside of our settings here, we have it to bump only, not bump and displace, which is actually fine for our particular instance. But if you guys do want that like 3D bump from your displacement, you could do that. Now to control how much our displacement is going, we're just going to use a math node. And we can just do this pretty simply by multiplying it. If you multiply by 0.5, you're basically halving the value. Whereas you multiply by 1, it's doing nothing to it. Just basic math. So obviously if we multiply it by 5, the more bump that we're going to get. And if we multiply it by 0.01, the less bump value that we're going to get overall. Now we don't really want that much bump because, again, this is like an aerial vehicle that shouldn't really have all that much bump onto it. So we can control how much bump we really want to give to it through this value here. I think 0.01 might be pretty close to what we want. But again, we can always adjust those things later. Let's see. Let's take another look at our principled BSDF here. Now, our roughness is decently rough right now rather than using kind of like that matte painted finish look that this has. Obviously, we can remove our metallic and then make it so that it is more matte finished. I tend to think that this particular look will look really nice with like a little bit more of a reflective material on top of it. Let's see if we can half the amount of metallic that's coming through on this. That's pretty cool. Now there's a few other things we can do directly inside of our shader here in order to be able to add some grime to like the different edges and all of that stuff. Let's go ahead and add in an ambient occlusion node. And if we just view our ambient occlusion node, we're really not going to see all that much that's happening immediately. One second, it's still loading. It will mostly just look white, and that's because yeah, it's still loading. Loading render kernels may take a few minutes the first time. Really? Is that really? While this is happening, I'm gonna fix. I feel like I look a little yellow inside of our stream here. Or a little, yeah, a little yellow. Make me look a little bit better. I just want to look good for you guys. Alright, come on, let's load. I guess this is the first time that I've loaded these render kernels, but the ambient occlusion is basically going to be calculating essentially the the areas in which the light is less visible on. This might work really well for a still image, but maybe not so much for an animated move. So that might be problematic. Otherwise, we could hand paint quite a bit of the stuff that I was going to do here. Let's just do it this way. Let's refresh, please. I don't like it when my Blender doesn't do well. Well, lovely. Guys, we reached the part of the stream where we're crashing our Blender. I'm going to see if I can find some more materials that we can use in the meantime. Okay, we're just going to move forward. We'll hand paint quite a bit of our stuff, so I'm not too concerned about, you know, any of that. Let's go ahead and start moving forward with some of the other areas of our image here. I think we'll take this same kind of like painted texture that we have, and then we'll use that on some of the other parts of the render or of the object, but maybe not everything. So we'll use this for the base drone down here as well. And again, we'll select everything, and then we'll say Smart UV Project. Basically want to keep all of that consistent throughout. We can make this a darker beam. I'm thinking we'll use base drone for this. Smart UV project that. That's all good. And then for the legs here, that'll all be darker, I suppose. Yeah, that can all be darker. Okay. With that being said, though, let's work on that. If we take the base drone texture here, and then we'll just duplicate it, and then we'll call this dark paint. All we have to do really is adjust our input of this value here. We can just take this and then make it quite a bit darker. Probably do something like that. And then that's going to mix into everything, and honestly, just update it. So it's not really that much work. We'll just say Smart UV Project. That's going to automatically update it for everything that we need. We'll do Shade Smooth by Angle. And then we'll just apply that onto our other areas as well. So apply that down there, Shade Smooth by Angle. I do like that. That works really nicely. And then we'll also add in a new material as well, the on our main base mesh here. We'll just select kind of like these rings that we created and then hit assign. A lot of just plug and play, really. Let's select, you know, this sphere here. Find the dark paint. Assign it. It's really just plug and play. I mean, you know, it's not rocket science. And then once we add in all of our dirt and grime, we'll be doing that here momentarily soon. And, you know, we'll be doing the same kind of thing. Kind of like that. And let's select this whole leg here. We'll just make sure dark paint is selected for the most part. And we'll do Smart UV Project as well. But also make sure, let's see, base drone is selected. And inside of base drone, let's select, let's see, let's select this guy specifically. Can we do that? Let's select all of that and then do select invert. And then we'll hit assign. That way that cage is a little bit, I like that. That way we can see the detail in that. I think that looks pretty nice. And then overall, honestly, we go in and we'll just create a new material completely. And then we'll call this ball burnish or something like that. Make the metallic all the way up. Roughness, nothing. And we just really want this like front needle-like thing here. We'll just assign that to it. And that's going to have like this very metallic-like feel. Very ball burnishy because it's, you know, it's a needle, guys. You got to have that for the needle. I mean, for right now, I might make this the ball burnish look. I don't think so. We're probably going to change that later to whatever our other options are. I do like how we see the reflection in it. It's pretty cool. Especially since we're going to have that HDRI. That'll be pretty sweet. So we have this material 1 here. We'll call this wires. And let's do where do we get the random value? I know you can do random sometimes, but I forget how that happens. So input, so geometry, layer weight, light path, object info. There we go. What does random give us? I want to see if I can use random to generate different colors for different wires, if that's possible. That would be pretty cool. If not, we'll just go to the surface here. We could just generate our own colors. Let's do like red, for instance. We'll make roughness a little bit higher, and then I'm going to use a noise texture. And then on this noise texture, if we change this to material terrain, see kind of what it's doing there. If I change the scale to something like that, the scale is a little bit larger. And then does ambient occlusion work on this? Yes. So the ambient occlusion node will just move that up here. And really we're just going to add in a color ramp. We're just going to make this quite a bit contrastier so we can really see what the ambient occlusion is outputting. But essentially, it's finding all the areas that is close to everything else, and it's going to create a map based off of that. So let's just increase this ambient occlusion quite a bit, because we basically want all the connector points and all like the darker areas to be like, oh, well, the wind kind of blew by and, you know, kind of blew that off or whatever. Let's see, only consider the object itself when computing AO, which this might actually be what we want. Yeah, let's do that. Let's apply that, join that together, and then now let's go back to our wires. Again, we're going to take this and apply our mirror, join that together. And now, again, with our wires, if we say only local, does that? No. I guess I'm going to keep it that way. But anyways, that right there, we'll just take that, we'll just invert it. Just invert the colors. That way it only gives us the outside of that. I'm going to lessen the amount of this, I think. But it's still pretty smooth when we do it that way. And that's where we're going to take this noise texture and only apply the noise texture here where it sees the white value of that ambient occlusion. So we'll do another mix color node here. And we'll plug this FAC into the B of that. And then make this black. And then just set the factor all the way up. Now, if we go view that, we're only going to get the dirty areas where the ambient occlusion is. So now we've got kind of like that dirt and grime on the inside of that wire there. And now we have our principled BSDF that we have. Let's create how that dirt and grime would be. So we'll do an RGB, and then we'll do a mix color, and we'll duplicate this RG. Actually, we don't want to duplicate it. Let's use curves. This will be completely procedural, so that way we can change the wires really easily. We'll take this RGB value and put that into the A input, and then have the curves down here be a darker version of that same color, and that gets plugged into the B input. And now only the areas in which the white exists, that'll be the FAC, will it create kind of like that value. So now if I have like a red wire, it'll have the darker sections of that red wire in the areas in which it's creating on that mask. Now I might need to use a color ramp to really make this a little more contrasty. There we go. There we go. Now we got ourselves a darker kind of wire that's happening, and all we have to do is adjust this RGB value here to change what the color of the wire is. Okay, fantastic. Might want to do real quick, let's go to all, see if they do have a wire. No, they don't. They have rubber. Kind of have rubber. No, that's like a running track. Although it is the same material that I want. Let's just use this guy. We'll download this. I basically just want the displacement roughness of something to throw on these wires. That way they don't feel so smooth. So if I go ahead and open this up, let's go 7-zip, extract this. Here we go. And then we'll go to textures here. And I just want basically the roughness. So just take the roughness here, plug that into the total roughness of this texture, plug that into the base color of it. Let's view this principled BSDF real quick. And then now we have this roughness, which I might use a color ramp on and just make it quite a bit more rough. And again, we'll just add in our mapping. Let's try object to see how well that does. No. I didn't want to have to do this. Well, we can always go to the material here and just say select. We'll go use Smart UV Project. Can you follow active quads or something for me, please? Honestly, that's not bad. Let's take that, and then we'll just scale everything down a little bit. Not by much. We'll just do it by like 2 or... I guess by a little bit, alright? I didn't know that that wasn't gonna work. So we'll take this value here, and then we just use that as our roughness. So we'll just plug that into roughness. So now we're going to get ourselves some nice little wires that we've got going on. And what we could do also is this value here, we could just say, hey, let's use another mix color. And we're going to take the value, we'll just say plus, honestly. So we'll just say over, and let's just do plus. Where's that at? Add. And we could just take the this value here of our FAC, and then just straight up plug that into our factor of this guy. And yeah, I mean, we're just plussing basically the grime on top of it to make sure that that's like super rough. And then that can just get plugged directly into our roughness. Just move that all the way over here and our material output. And then yeah, that's how you create some wires, guys. So now I've got, you know, a nice little red wire in there, and we can change this to be a green wire or a black wire or whatever type of wire we really need. I might take the saturation a little bit out of this. Yeah. And then, let's see. With our dirt, do we really want it to always be just a darker version of it? I feel like we'll just want it to be brown more than likely. Yeah, let's just go with brown. Just make it a little bit brighter. There we go. Cool. Okay. And so now we've got ourselves a nice wire that we can just change the color value of with that RGB value there. I think we can also make it so that the property of this gets added to the outside here. Can I do that through options, settings? I know sometimes you can add that stuff. I just never did it. I kind of want to now because it'll make my life a little bit easier when I do the other stuff. So options, settings. Whatever. I guess this is just what it is. So we'll call this wires red. Save that. And then now let's create a new one. Wires red. Just call this wires green. I guess I have to duplicate it. Duplicate. Oh, no. That's what we got to do. Wait, are there green wires? I don't know. All I have to do, though, is go into here and just change the value to a green value. I feel like that's more blue than green. Just change the saturation even more on that. And let's select that wire and that wire. And cut the blue wire. And then, yeah, just do the same thing. Select our green. We'll duplicate that. We'll call this a black wire. And with our black wire, we'll just make it black. So we'll just change the saturation completely to nothing and then just make it kind of grayish. And then, yeah, let's go back into here and we'll select this wire there and that wire there. And that's pretty nice. Some extra wire detail. And we can do that for all of these guys in here. So we'll go select these wires. Select everything. And then we'll just say cylinder projection is what we did before. And we'll go ahead and add in our wires red. And then we'll add a new one, wires green. And then a new one, wires black. And let's take this value, since there's 4 different ones. Do we want to have multiple red wires, I suppose? Or, I don't know. Do a sign. And a sign. So that way it's like one green, one black. I like that. And it is mirroring it, so it actually just did that perfectly on the other side for us. I think that's pretty nice, though. I was going to add maybe like another color in there, but I feel like red is just like the standard color that you would have on something like that. Okay, that works pretty nicely for me. Let's see. Let's add the wire colors into this as well. So just select the bottom here. As you can see, this is a lot of just plug and play. Like, you really don't have to do all that much. Just cylinder project it. Once you get like one down, you're kind of set. And we'll do that one as a black wire. I did pick the same 2 wires as the green one. I don't know how I feel about that. Let's just assign that way. And then make this one the green one. Cool. Okay. Slowly adding more and more detail into this thing, guys. Slowly adding more and more detail into it. And then we can, once we add in all of our base textures for everything, it'll make it really easy just to go in and paint in some like manual dirt and grime, you know? Let's take this dark paint here and just want to select kind of like this lip that we have. I think that would be a good idea. So let's grab all the way outside the edge here. Just kind of selecting, I don't know. There's got to be an easier way of doing this, but it is what it is. Okay, so deselect all of the extra faces that we don't want. Just kind of getting that front bit. Well, although I will say we should have this all the way around. Where am I from? I live in LA area of the United States of America. I suppose that's probably a little bit more necessary if you're talking to people online. It's like, where are you from? Oh, I'm from LA, man. It's like, well, that's not really useful information. Let's take this ball burnish texture here, and if we just duplicate it, we can make it a dark glass. And let's select these faces here and apply that to it. Hey yo, what's up going on? Why'd you change your name to Lex? Your channel name's now Lex? Just brighten that up a little bit. I feel like it's a little too dark. It's 2 a.m. for me. That's why I asked, because I was curious about your time. Yeah, no, I got the daylight still outside, dude. Let's take this whole thing and then we'll just scale that in a little bit. It just felt a little too wide for me. I don't know, Fight Club. I don't know why my phone's not updating with the chat. Let me get that refreshed real quick. So that's the glass piece. I think that works pretty nicely. I might use that same glass texture here, the dark glass. Let's assign that to the front as well. I think that works quite a bit nicer. I do feel like we're missing some detail on the inside there, so we may need to fix that. Let's select dark paint for all of that. Those bolts that we've got going around. And I can select dark paint for all of these legs as well. For the most part, you know, it's just kind of like managing UVs at this point. And then once all of this is done, we can really rig this to move how we want it to. Is your Photoshop HDRI working good? I checked out your last stream. The trick was impressive, but it didn't work for me. It won't work, especially if you've got like a sun. You know, there are quite a bit of limitations to it. This is working because this is really an overcast day, so I can get away with quite a bit. Not saying that this is going to work for everybody, but I'm curious when Photoshop finally gets updated to have it work in 32-bit. That'll be when it'll be crazy, because that's when you can really see that happen. Oh, that's supposed to be cylinder projection. But right now there's the huge limitation of whether or not it can do 32-bit photos, and so since it can't, you would have to fake it yourself. I feel like you would have to do quite a bit of work to get it where you can use it. You would use the AI to generate the overall scape of your photo, and then where the sun would be, you would have to convert your image back to 32-bit and then create your own fake exposure adjustment to make that spot really bright. I did that actually. Forgot about that completely, but this was before I knew the 360 thing worked. I used a set extension kind of aspect of it, but I then rotoed the sky and then boosted the exposure in my comp, so that way it worked to have a pseudo fake exposure adjustment, because that film was being color graded in HDRI. So you can do it that way. I'm just curious when they will implement it so that it works with 32-bit, and then we won't have this problem at all. But that is a way you could technically fix it. Okay. That's looking pretty sweet. This looks stupid still, so yeah, we'll have to fix that. I don't like when things look stupid. Just take this whole thing, smart UV project it, and then if we select just the back piece, and then again we're just going to invert our selection. We can select that guy. I want the base drone texture. And we get assigned that. And that's mirrored on both sides. And why this stream is so underrated. Only 5 viewers? Hey man, it's 6 now. No, streaming. I think streaming, it has its own challenges. You know, I don't get a lot of views because I think this is more of a niche topic, but we'll see. We'll see how it flows in the future. I'm gonna make this centerpiece here a lighter base drone texture. There you go. And then this whole kind of gun shaft here, we'll just go with the dark paint texture. Although we could make our own. I feel like, though, in the future, they only had two-tone grays. They didn't have a lot of different options for their painting of their drones. They basically only used the same thing. Let's see, we can either go dark painted. Yeah, I think dark painted works better. That's just how the future works, man. The future only has two-tone. And we can see this with our cars already, okay? Our cars already only have like 3 tones on the road. Have you guys seen that? I mean, we really don't have that many options for car colors anymore. I feel like, you know, back in the day, I could buy like any color you could possibly imagine. Now it's like, oh yeah, you want to buy that in any shade of white to black, basically. And I'm like, yes. Because growing up, I always thought that the cooler cars were the like black cars and stuff like that. I always thought those were the cooler looking cars anyways. Dark paint, assign that. You, small UV project. There we go. That feels pretty good. What do you guys think? So far. Oh. We're getting there. We're getting there. Sorry for disturbing you so much, but I want to ask. I'm 19 years old, and I'm studying engineering in university. I want to be a compositor in the future. Is it worth to learn Nuke? Well, if you want to be a compositor, then yes. I see lots of comments. The future of VFX is bad. What do you think? Okay, so you're asking multiple questions here. Here's the thing. I think the future of visual effects is a little bit more uncertain as far as like an industry is concerned. I would probably tend to agree that compositors are having a hard time finding work right now. They definitely are. Do I think that the industry of compositing is going away? Never. Probably never. If we're being honest, because the way the film industry works is very much based off of like unions and that kind of situation, where I think these jobs will be protected. I mean, there's a lot of talks right now of creating unions for visual effects, and if that's the case, then you know that's going to protect quite a bit of people from losing work, because things can't be done other ways. Now let's just talk about the potential of things being done through, you know, AI and that kind of stuff, right? There will always be some kind of artist behind AI. So will there be a compositor? Yes. Will that compositor, you know, need 20 people to do a whole visual effects shot? No. And that's where, okay, maybe the amount of compositors are going to go down. And if that's the case, then, you know, you could see an argument for that being bad for artists because, you know, there's less work going around. But I also think that could mean that there might be more work because now it's cheaper to do certain visual effects. So since there's, you know, it's cheaper to do more visual effects, then you can hire more artists. Not hire more artists, but there's more work that's going to be going around to more artists because you need more artists because there's going to be more work. Right now, you only get Marvel movies that get to do like big, crazy CG sequences. But AI is going to basically open the door to anybody could do a big CG sequence. There'll be way less people per shot, but that also means that there will be more work kind of going around. And I think we've seen that in the past, you know, as CG in general got more popular. So did the idea of just people. It created a whole industry of people. Now, compositing. Compositing is the act of taking a CG element, or really anything, and then manipulating it to look like what the filmmakers want. That's a good question, whether or not that's going to be as necessary. Because if an editor can just do that, then would they really hire a compositor to do that work? So if not Photoshop, but if you know, Adobe Premiere adds in the ability for a lot of the tasks that compositors would do, such as paint out work or, you know, manipulation of like beauty work or you know, slimming effects or de-aging or whatever those different types of compositing effects are, then that would take away from a lot of compositors' work. Whereas like Sora's AI that's coming out isn't necessarily hurting compositors as much as it's hurting CG artists. Though I think that it would just mean that there's less CG artists that need to work on stuff and less people that are going to be using Houdini and Blender and Maya and Cinema 4D and whatever other software there is. There will be less people that are doing those things as much as they'll be plugging in values into different types of AI stuff. And I think compositing for a very long time is going to be needed to fix very long time. I mean, like, I don't know how long, you can't really determine that, but compositors do fix quite a bit the AI stuff that's currently coming out. I think there's a whole thing about Sora not actually being as good as everybody, as they were claiming it was. Sora was basically utilizing quite a bit of compositors to fix some of their stuff. And that is very interesting. And I'm curious to see how long that's going to last, you know, because like if they're using compositors to fix the AI, then that might go for a little while. And again, who knows? The AI is moving very quickly, so it's hard to determine whether or not something is a good career to still be in. I would probably suggest not, I mean, I don't know. I think a lot of people right now are a little frustrated with the whole situation. I tend to be very optimistic with these things, but you know, I think that AI is a tool and it will always be used as a tool. And you know how the whole film industry works as a whole right now is that you know, there are unions in place to protect jobs. And I mean, hell, they still have crazy jobs for things that are not done anymore. And that's just how the industry works. So do I think, all that to say, do I think that it's a good idea to get into the visual effects industry right now? I don't think it's as good of an idea as it was 20 years ago. Do I think the industry is going away? No, I don't think it's going away. So I hope that helps. I don't know that it does, because that was a very convoluted answer for what you were asking. I think I'm going to select this whole thing here. And I kind of want this whole front bit to be the darker paint. Yeah, that feels better to me. Because that feels more like the armor on the outside of the drone. And then this is just kind of like the top pieces of it. I think that feels quite a bit better to me. Now we can go in and paint in some rust and kind of like light bulb burnishing, especially with this dark paint here. I feel like if we add in quite a bit of like a bulb burnish effect to it, then it'll feel like that's like the worn paint. Thank you so much for your answer, by the way. It was cool. All right, awesome. Glad I can help. Definitely glad I can help. I think it's an interesting time in our industry, and there's a lot of anger and resentment going around, which I don't think helps anything. A lot of people are scared, which also I can understand, but I do think that AI is one of those things that is a pretty nasty, you know, a lot of people have nasty opinions about right now, that they should look more as like a tool, as like it's a new thing. And you know what? We saw a lot of the same kind of stuff happen like 20 years ago when CG came around and all the traditional artists were freaking out about it. This is the same stuff that's happening now. It's just, you know, different. It's a different topic, and we'll see how everything goes with that. Okay, great. I'm going to swap this over to a shader editor here. And inside of our material, let's select our dark paint. We're going to create a whole new image texture. Okay. And this image texture, you'll notice that everything just turned white basically because of that. Let's hit new, and then we're going to call this dark paint, and then we'll call this matte. And I think if we click new image, that should work for us. So everything that's in black is where the dark paint is, and now we just kind of have to paint everything. Now, the problem we might run into is our dark paint texture and our UVs specifically are over multiple different objects. So think about it this way. If there's a quadrant on your UV on map, if we paint, let's say, this area here, and that area exists here on this version of the shot, that will throw off our matte. So we kind of want to be careful about that. So like, for instance, if let's see, can I do that? Where's my tools here? We'll go to texture mask. That's set to nothing. Great. All of this should just work. So if I just paint that, where's that going? So if I just paint one spot here, that's going to paint right there, but then also is going to paint like right there, and it's not the worst thing in the world, but like obviously if I paint right there, actually we might be able to get away with this, guys. I want to view everything that has the black texture paint, which all of this turned white for whatever reason. So we've got our dark material selected. And I want to go ahead and add in some different texture masks. So I'll go to our new material here. Let's open up a texture. Now I have this surface imperfections pack I've talked to you guys a bit about before. You can find this on my Patreon. If you guys are a member, you guys get it for free. So, you know, consider subscribing. But it's got like all these wonderful different matte textures that we have here. And I kind of just want to grab some kind of... Let's do this Smudge 01 texture. Should work for us pretty nicely. And for our texture here, I just want to remove the texture, but I want to keep it under texture mask. So if I go select texture under texture mask, every time I paint, it's going to be using that material. The only other thing that I kind of want to have turned on is rake and then random. And so now when I'm painting, it's going to randomly orient this texture in different angles. So let's just go through, and now I'm just gonna hand paint in some of the areas in which that I want this texture to be more visible on. Just go all the way around. We could change the size of this by pressing F, so you know, if we want that to be a little smaller, then we can. Really, we're just trying to get all the way around our edges here. But you'll notice pretty quickly that we're using the same material here, and that's going to cause problems to our UVs. So let's just focus on these wings first. If we go into our dark paint option, I can always just duplicate this, and then we'll call this dark paint wings. And then our texture over here, we've got dark paint, and then I'm going to put an underscore wings as well. And that's just going to be our wings texture that we want. And this whole thing is one texture, so we kind of have to be a little careful with how we do this. So we're going to do all of that, and that's great. Let's just go ahead and save this for right now. So we'll hit image, save. I'm going to save this to our materials folder. And let's just create a new one called texture matte. Go ahead and save that in there. Now, we have this whole thing. I'm just going to honestly copy our ball burnish texture because we already did all of the work that we need. And then we're just going to go to our dark texture paint wings that we have here. And we're just going to add that. And let's just go back over to shading, I think. This will just make everything a lot easier. We're mostly looking at our wing here, although it's going to update randomly on our other areas in which we have our dark paint. But we now have this new Principled BSDF in here, which is our ball burnish texture. And so we're going to use a mix shader node to mix between this texture and this texture down here using this matte that we created into the FAC. So if I plug that in, now we're going to get all of our lovely ball burnish texture effect that's kind of like coming in as like this scrape all the way around the edges here. And it's going to do it on both sides of our wing here because we're using the exact same UV unwrap that we were having. But it's also going to happen elsewhere. And that's where things might be a little bit problematic. So let's just use that texture as well. I might actually duplicate this, and then we'll call this Wings Bot, since it's going to have a different texture for the matte. And all we have to do to get that different texture is we go in here, we say new, and then we're going to call this Dark Paint Wings Bot Matte. We'll do the same thing. We'll hit new image. And that's going to just make it a black image that we're using. And we can update all of our materials just this way. So now we've got that. Let's go back over here to texture paint. We've got our Wings Bot selected, and we already have our brush set up. So all we have to do is go in and, you know, do all of our paint work that we want to do. And depending on how good our UVs are is how fun this is going to be. You know, I don't mind it being a little dirtier on the back there. I think that's fine. And that's probably fine too. So there we go. And then we just go image, save. And then we'll just go ahead and save that. So now if we go back over to our shading again, you'll see that update. And again, we're just using that matte there. So everything is already kind of like plugged in. And all you have to do is just paint where you need it. If I want to, I can add a color ramp in. And I can make some adjustments this way. A little bit less so. So that way that texture's still there, but not quite as visible. I think that works pretty nicely for us. As you can see, that's just adding a little bit of realism to everything. We'll get to all the white in a bit, but let's just grab this front nose. Let's do select everything. And we're going to deselect our wing here. And let's create a new material, dark wings. And duplicate that. And we'll call this front. And I think we could probably keep it everywhere. I don't know. Let's go ahead and just assign that though. And now let's go to our matte option here. Delete our matte option. We'll hit new. Call this dark paint front matte. New image. And we go back over to our texture paint option. Make sure that's selected. And we're just going to paint. This is kind of like the most important part is, you know, really just getting in here and painting some of these crevices. I really like to make this smaller and then just paint the areas in which we need. So just get those corners, because corners are always going to wear first on these type of metal objects. And you know what? The sloppier it is, the better almost, because you know what? It's real life, so it's not supposed to be perfect. Just do that. Go all the way around. And do finally that outside bit here. And I'm not going to go all the way around on that one, I think. I think we'll just kind of play it a little bit by ear here. Let's just paint different areas of that. Kind of go up the front like that. And yeah, let's just get some of this as well. A little bit of the corners here. All the way around. Not everything. And again on the back here. Just get a little bit at the corners. Awesome. Okay, great. So now that's all done. We just hit this. We'll go over here. We'll go image, save. And that actually worked for everything. I wasn't quite sure if it was going to work for all the way around. So that's, I didn't know if, sometimes it depends on where the UVs are kind of like laid out. But now if we go back over here to shading, let's go ahead and just view that real quick and see how that turned out. I feel like it looks a little too consistent. So let's fix some of that. Let's go back over to our texture paint option. I'm going to go to our tools here, and then let's just swap that to black. I kind of want to... do that. So go back to image, save. Let's see how that looks now. That's pretty good. I like that. Add some nice dirt in there. And we'll go ahead and add some dirt in, especially on the whiter paint. I think that'll really help sell some of the realism as well. And we can do that on the black, but yeah. Let's make some of this window here a little crustier. Okay, so we'll go to the dark glass texture that we have. Let's just find the material here. We'll go ahead and say new image or image texture. Hit new, and then glass matte 1. New image. And let's go back over here to texture paint. And let's swap out this this material. Let's find a new different surface imperfection texture that we can use. We'll find something like, I think this residue is pretty nice. I like that. Go back over to our settings for our paint real quick, and then make sure that again we're on rake and then random. And then also with texture, we want to make sure that we're not using the texture, because it always defaults the texture to be on, and you know that's not necessarily helpful for us. And this, all we have to do is we're gonna make this white. Just go in here and kind of like get that bottom. Just like go all the way around with that. I think that looks pretty good. It's getting late for you. I'm leaving. Thanks for the answers again. I have a nice stream. Thank you so much. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Hope to see you next time. I'm going to go ahead and just save this texture now. We'll call this glass matte. We'll go back over to our shading. Now, we're not using this yet, but we can. Basically, we just want to place some dirt on top of everything else. So I'll check the replay when I wake up. Awesome, dude. Thanks for doing that. Can add some dirt in here just by using another principled BSDF, and then if we use a mix shader, we could just mix this on top of it. So this will go into the bottom slot, top slot. Then the FAC, of course, just using that image texture. And then now, you know, of course, we got that dirt kind of like around the edges of that glass. Just like a subtle thing, honestly, you know, like really subtle, but I think it helps. I might do the same kind of thing for the dirt on the overall craft. I just want some like dirt that's going to be sprinkled everywhere. So if we go to our base drone texture that we have, let's use an image texture for this, and let's create a new one, of course, and then we'll call this base dirt matte 1. And 1024 is fine. That's totally fine. Go over to our texture paint and just using that same residue, you know, kind of effect. We're just going to go through here, just kind of paint everything in. So we've got base dirt, texture matte. I can view that. Where's my... Oh, it's all up here. And just kind of, you know, randomly do a bit of this. I think we're going to use quite a bit on the bottom here. Maybe a little less. Let's create some variation here. Just throw some grays in as well. I think also, I mean, if you just throw some grays in, you can get like some nice like fall off really from the front here. We'll just say image save. Now if we go back over to our shading option, I basically want to use another principled BSDF, just like we did before. And then we'll just make a dirt. Get that plugged in, and that way you've got that going. And that's pretty nice. Let's see. I might use a color ramp. Just make it a little bit more evident. Like the areas in which that dirt's happening, make it like really contrasty. Let's paint a little bit more, I'm thinking. So we'll go back to our texture paint for it. Turn that back up to white here and, you know, really get this front side. Kind of. Don't want it to feel even whatsoever, so you know, like we're just kind of like getting certain areas. So let's do all of that. Image save. Go back over to our shading. Let's see how that updates. And let's just lessen the amount of contrast now that we have that. Awesome. Let's go over to Polyhaven, find maybe a dirt texture rather than just our basic brown that we did. Kind of like that. Although we might go with like brown mud. Let's go with this. I feel like when you're animating this kind of stuff, you're going to have to make sound effects, right? Like that's just like a must. Like you're not human if you're not making sound effects. We'll do that, and then let's throw in the roughness. I don't think we really need the roughness, honestly. And then we'll do normals. We'll see how the normals look. Let's throw the roughness in. And then we'll throw the normals as well, but I need to convert that to a normal map. Okay. And then let's just dirty everything up a little bit more. Wow, guys. Dirty drone looking good, man. Dirty drone looking dirty, man. I think we're going to have to add in some, you know, ball burnish effect to that. I do almost want a little bit more dirt on the top of the hood here, so let's just fix that real quick. What are we selected on actually? Yeah, I want to view the base drone, please. And where's my texture? Base dirt mat. There we go. Okay, so image. Save that guy. Go back over here to shading. How does that look? How does that look, guys? I think the legs could use a little bit of something on them now. Let's see. So we have this guy here. Let's say cursor to selected. And then I only want to add in another UV sphere. We're just going to make that on the inside of this thing here. And let's call this red light. Just assign that. Just create an emission now. Like it red. Decently bright. Maybe not that bright. Go back to render view here. And then we'll make sure that this dark glass, I think specifically, we'll select dark glass again, but I want to call it dark eyeglass. And then, I want the main base principal BSDF here to be somewhat visible through it. So if I just grab a glass BSDF and then we make it the same exact gray color, I'm wondering if we can get the same results. There's my red light. Why aren't you coming through? Oh, that's right. I have to update this guy to be the dark eyeglass. Let's hit assign now. And then made that way too bright. And then let's see. Let's take this dark eyeglass now and then increase this to like a 3 or a 0.2. What does that look like? What is a 0.2? It's kind of cool. Because it's created that like you see the light through it. That's kind of cool, guys. How do you feel about the light? Oh, that's pretty neat. It's like from 2001. Like the little eye looking through the glass there. I really like that. Let's add some dirt to the legs down there, and then we're gonna rig this up. And I want to set up a movement for the mechanical arms to shift out, because when I want it to land, I want the legs, right? It like locks into place. So, we already have this guy. This is dark paint. Let's duplicate this and we'll call it legs. Underscore legs. Hit new, and then we'll create a map for it. Dark paint. Legs. Matte. Just create a whole new image for this guy. And again, we'll just go view that. So now if we go over to our texture paint here, we just need to paint in some ball burnish effect for this guy. So we'll go back to our other texture that we have, which actually I'm thinking, let's do this. Let's create a whole new texture. Let's just try a different texture out. Let's go with some scratches, I think. Again, these are all on my Patreon, so if you guys want to go grab those, you can use the same textures I'm using. I think I'm going to use scratches 1 here. And again, we'll go back to our settings. We'll make sure that texture mask selects our scratches texture that we just imported. And we disable that inside of the texture. And yeah, so let's add these guys on. Just kind of, you know, overall adding some big old scratches on these guys. And then now we could swap over to our residue kind of texture that we have. And again, we'll just kind of do that, but we're going to do that more on like the curve here, where the joint is specifically. And that's just going to go all the way around, and I think we'll do the same thing for down here, just a little bit. Okay, and then from that, we'll go ahead and save that image. So we'll hit save over here, save that over into our directory. And inside of our shader editor, we're going to want to do something very similar to the dirt texture that we got. So let's select the main base drone here. And if we select all of that, just copy it, and then just paste it up here. We can use another mix shader. Plug that into the bottom ring there. And use this matte into the FAC, and then of course our other principled BSDF over there. Should be able to get some nice dirty kind of griminess onto the main image there. And I also think with that, let's grab a color ramp. And first, your music is kind of a bit choppy every so often. Is it really? Maybe it's because I'm rendering. Ben. Good call out. I'm going to, yeah, it's probably because I'm doing things inside of the shader thing. I'm going to just boost the contrast here. So the idea is that we have this dirt, but I want this dirt to get applied later. And this texture that I have here, I kind of want to create my own ball burnish texture again. So why don't we just go select our ball burnish that we already have. We have a ball burnish texture somewhere. There it is. We'll just copy that, go back over to our legs, and we're going to paste it. Okay. Now we're going to create another mix shader. And then this mix shader, we're going to basically take this color ramped version of our matte and use that as our FAC. And then we'll plug this, of course, into our bottom of our shader there, and then our principal BSDF into this guy here. So this is going to create our legs to have kind of like more of a scratchy kind of like effect that's happening to them. And then in a smaller area on top of that, we're going to plug this, of course, into the top version of this mix shader here. And so now we're going to have dirt that's going to play on top of all of that stuff. So again, we'll just use another color ramp. And plug that in up here. And now if we do that, should be able to just add in some nice dirtiness just on the corners there. And so that's going to do the same thing that we had there, but we're first taking the black painted metal that we have. We're creating like this ball burnish ripping away effect on it. And then we're putting dirt onto it through this mix shader here. So now let's go ahead and select these other legs over here. We'll just find dark legs. It's the same UVs, so everything should just perfectly line up. And that just, guys, that really just adds so much realism to the rest of that effect there. Like, that's how easy that is, you know? That's how easy that is. I think we may want, let's see, let's grab this guy here. We may want to add in a new material. We'll find that dark legs. And if we select just this guy and then assign it, let's see what we really get here. Because it's basically going to import our legs mask that we created. So all we have to do is just duplicate this, and we'll call this arm 1. And inside of our arm 1 here, again, the only thing we need to update, because everything else will automatically update with it, is just this mask here. So we'll hit new, and then we'll call this dark paint arm 1. Just call that arm, not artem. Hit new image, go to texture paint, and now we just need to paint this guy. So same thing as before, just getting all of those corners. Honestly, that's all pretty good right there. That's all fine. And then we'll swap our texture mask over here to our scratches and just make that pretty big, you know? It's just that nice big scratches. Every time this freezes, I just realize, like, what the hell am I doing with my life? I haven't saved in the last 30 minutes. Just living life on the edge, boys. Living life on the edge. Though I feel like autosave probably got it pretty recently. Okay, that's cool. Now that I know that, let's hit the save button. And I did it again. But this time, it's saved. Alright? What we're really trying to do here is we're trying to add in some nice scratches automatically. I probably could scale down my F to be a little bit smaller. But, or I could scale by F down the brush size to be a little bit smaller. But I really like these large scratches that it's creating on the surface here. So I think that'll work just nicely. We'll do that here out on the outside edge as well. You know, just adding in some nice good old scratches. And that's it, guys. Like honestly, and that's going to duplicate it to both sides for the arms there. And honestly, we'll get it on the back here as well, because that's all the same UV. So hit image, we'll go ahead and save that. And now if we go over to our shading option, we just have to, it already is plugged in, so we really don't have to change anything. It's already correct. And there we go. So now we've got a nice dirty kind of exterior to our drone. It's pretty sweet, guys. I think that'll do it for the shading aspect of this. I mean, we might want these arm sleeves here to be Let's just select this and then assign that. I don't know that's going to do us very good. Let's see if we find dark paint. Front. No. I think arm 1 we'll just have to duplicate and then create a whole new mask for. So we'll call this arm 2. And that's going to be this guy right here. And again, we'll just go through into our matte. Oops, wrong matte. It's this that we need to update here, not this. Let's update this to brown mud normals. And then go over here to our dark paint option. And we'll just delete that, hit new. Then save this to dark paint, arm 2, matte 2. There we go. Save that, go over to our texture paint option, and we're just going to paint now this like front crevice. All right, so same concept as before. Just go in and we're gonna just give it some life. The best part about hand painting all this stuff is that it's not like, it doesn't feel consistent. It doesn't feel like you're duplicating the same thing over and over and over again. It feels fresh and it feels natural. And that's really what we're going for here, is that we really want all of our materials to feel like how they would in the real world. So, you know, like we'll have like this crevice that comes over here. Just follow like the areas in which you think like, you know, grime would build up and things like that. The idea here is to really help sell like how like an object would actually get dirty. So go ahead and save this. Go back over to our shading options, and since everything is all just plug and play, it should just update for us. All great, guys. That is fantastic. That's pretty fantastic. I mean, the last thing is probably this guy here. Oh, we have to change this out as well. Dark paint legs. I should just update. I don't know why. Do we have to create a whole new mat for it? I guess maybe. It's fine. Which one is this one on? Oh, it's oh, these are arms, right? No, these are legs. Arm 1, I guess. Dark leg, arm 1. I guess it is arm 1. I thought it was a leg. This is legs. This is arm 1, and this is arm 2. So then this would be arm 1. Which the UVs still don't line up for whatever reason. Like right here. So we can always just fix that. Let's just duplicate this to be back arm 1. And we'll go ahead and delete our old texture, hit new. So many mats that I'll have to upload to you guys on Patreon. Go back to texture painting this, and then we'll just, you know, paint all of this in. So we've already got our residues selected, so just have at it. And the great thing is since we actually, like, I wanted to be lazy on this and just use the same texture as our other angle or our other leg. But the great thing is since I couldn't do that, I am gonna get something that's gonna feel more realistic because I have a separate mat for it. So the more mats you use, the better it is for you, because now you're having to go in and you know, create separate mats for things. And then you don't have any duplication. I think the biggest giveaway on CG stuff is when things just feel like they're being duplicated too much. Whereas this is not going to feel duplicated whatsoever. Change this to this color, and then there we go. So now if we just go in here, image, save that image, and then now if we go over to shading, just update it. That's pretty sweet, guys. Old, crusty, dirty drone. And this is pretty good. This is pretty ready for shooting, you know, like putting in the actual scene here. I might want to dirty this up back here actually a little bit. So let's go to our base drone. Select our base dirt mat. Go back over to texture paint. Just add in a little bit of detail here. It's okay. We can catch these things. We can fix it. You know, we can make some adjustments where necessary. Set that color to white real quick, and then make some adjustments. Okay, let's see how that looks. Back over here, image save. Then go back over into shading. See how that updates. Yeah, that definitely helps. I mean, we're not going to see that from the camera angle that we're at. This is mostly the camera angle that we're working with. Dude, I love this red light that's coming through. I think that looks great. Then we have these fans back here. All of this looks fantastic. Fantastic, baby. Fantastic. Now let's go ahead and create a, you know, a movement. We'll have to rig this guy so that way he actually works. I mean, for the most part, it's a drone. It's not really going to be crazy rigged anyways. But we will want to be able to move some of the legs and have it fly around and stuff like that. So let's go back over here to our layout option. Not bad, guys. Coming from starting with like a cube, you know, I feel like we've come quite the distance. Okay, great. Now that we have that, probably going to want to apply some of these mirrors that we have here. That way we can get things to line up a little bit better, and then we can actually rotate things around and whatnot. Now, we could go a couple different routes with this. We could just have everything parented to the main object, and then since it's all hard surface stuff, we don't need to actually have bones in here. Which actually might be the way I'm going to do this, just because I'm lazy, and sometimes I like doing things the lazy way. That's not necessarily the right way to do it, but, you know, that is a way that could be done. So, with that being said, let's do that. I'm going to select this cylinder over here. We'll say Shift-S, cursor to selected. And let's go to Object, and then I'm going to do actually over on this screen here. So now if we have that selected and I go to Object, and then I say Set Origin to 3D Cursor, when I rotate this, it's going to rotate on that 3D cursor. Next up, let's select everything on this side. Say P, Selection. And so now this is going to rotate on that. I'm going to add in some constraints here, and then I'm going to say limit rotation, okay? And we're going to limit X and Y. yeah, I'm going to want to limit X and Y, but I need to figure out what the X rotation is set to. So the X rotation is set to that. So if I go back to my constraints, and I limit the X rotation, error evaluating number, what the heck? 3.26 or... Oh, wait a second. I'm copying the location. I need to copy the rotation here. So let's go back over here to our constraints and then paste all of that. So now this can't rotate anywhere except for you can't rotate on the x-axis at all in that area. So let's do the same thing for the y. Let's copy the constraints for the y-axis. So just say paste, paste. So now when I rotate it, it'll only rotate on the z-axis because this specific hinge only rotates on the z-axis. This, we can always just parent it to this, but we'll get to that in a second. Okay. Next, let's select this guy and this guy, okay? And we'll select all the bolts as well, all right? So just select everything that's not that arm, and then select all of that and say P selection. Now, this is all going to rotate around this ball and socket. So say cursor to selected, and then we'll say, well, actually delete our limit rotation for this guy, and then say object set origin to 3D cursor. And then now this is going to rotate around that ball and socket. And I just need to parent this to this guy. So now that's going to rotate like that, and then this can rotate, you know, however I want it to rotate. And then, of course, this is just going to follow that. So now that moves with that, and then let's say this moves with this. So now that's all rotating around. Perfect. Now we just have to do the same thing for the other joint. So we have this guy here. And let's just select our cylinder that we have, Shift S, cursor to selected, and this just makes everything really easy. So now we just go set origin to 3D cursor. And then we go and copy our rotation orientation for our X. And then we're just going to go over into our constraints, and we're going to say limit rotation. And we're going to just limit the X rotation to this. And then we'll go back over, and then we'll limit the Y rotation to this. Now that all just rotates on the cylinder as it should. And now we're just going to go through and select everything over here, as well as the sphere actually, and say P selection. Cursor to selected, and of course we're going to say object set origin 3D cursor. And so now this is going to rotate however it wants. We'll just have to remove that limitation. We can always set up constraints for this, you know, if we don't want to have any clipping that's going to happen. But I, as the animator, am just going to watch that to make sure that we don't have any problems. I'm going to just say remove. We just need to make sure that these are not, you know, on the same side as everything else over there. So P selection. So now I just take all of that and parent it to my arm over here. And so now that can all rotate. And when I want to rotate this joint here, it just, I can just select it and need this guy here to parent that. And see if that works. Yeah, it's pretty nice. And again, we can always limit the rotation of the Z if we don't want it to like clip through here or something like that. But that's all up to us, you know? Like, yeah, I think that that's pretty good. I would say the only other thing would be if I wanted to have the the whole position just like come out. That would be pretty sweet. Actually, I might do that because I do like the idea of this rotating. Let's try this. I want to add in an empty. Let's add in an empty. Let's take this and parent it to that empty. Oh, interesting. Is that, let's see, order default world space, owners world space, custom space, local space. I'm just trying to see if I can get this thing to rotate. Yeah, there we go. And then now, okay, so this is only going to rotate, but it's based on the local space. So let's do the same thing over here as well. I'll have to create the parent. But anyways, so this thing, let's create another constraint here for the limit rotation on this. Because I very specifically want this to only... So we're going to limit the X rotation. And we're going to limit the Z rotation. So that way this only like, you know, like, like cha-cha, you know, like that type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Let's limit the location as well. And we'll set the location to X, Y, and Z of all of these things. Oh no, not copy location. We want to limit the location. So limit the X from here, maximum X. Y. And then the Z location, where's that at? Let's go back over here, and then the Z. Okay, great. So the X is the minimum value of it. Oh, wait. Let's see. We'll set the maximum value to be as much as we want, or to about right there, which we can get here. Interesting. Okay. It could snap out. I like this. I do kind of want... I think there's a way to do this where when it's over here, it automatically goes down, but... The maximum location in which I want it to be over is probably about right there, which comes out to that X location. So we use that as our constraint for our maximum X location. And then, yeah, that just kind of like goes under. We're going to have some clipping problems with these legs. I already know it. But that's pretty cool. And then, yeah, I mean, that just rotates outwards. Oh, I'm going to have to fix that. I need like the maximum X or the maximum rotation height of the Y. I don't know why it's going all the way around. I need the maximum rotation value of this Y. think 0 is fine. But then the minimum value is going to be like -90. Right? I don't know why my mouse is like all over the place, but yeah, that's basically correct there. So now the arm can like rotate up to its position. Yeah, let's... Why is rotation tracking... Oh, there we go. Guys, these keyframe things might be a little bit complicated. Also, why is it not automatic? That's crazy. Like, what is going on here? Like, I noticed this on Blender the other day, and I was like, wait, since when does, like, automatic keyframing not copy rotation automatically for me? Is that, like, a preference that I did inside of my Blender? I don't know. Okay, I mean, things aren't necessarily rigged yet, but, let's see, let's go to the modifiers here. We'll just apply our modifier. Let's take this side here and just make it its own leg. Yeah, that's fine. And then we'll just say Shift S, selection of cursor, or cursor just selected. And then we'll do object, set origin to 3D cursor. And then this just gets parented to this, object keep transform. And then this is never going to move independently of anything, so we'll just say object keep transform. And then this, let's go back over here. And we'll select this edge piece here, and then say cursor to selected. And just make sure that's all parented. Honestly, just join that. There we go. I could limit like the orientation and stuff of like that, all that stuff. Probably should. Yeah, probably should. I don't want to because I'm lazy, but you know, sometimes you shouldn't be lazy, you know? Sometimes you should just do it. Ben, I just recommend fast forwarding through all of this stuff when you edit this down. It's just a lot of mindless, like, setting origin to 3D cursor, basically. Let's see, let's keep that parent there, and then let's take this whole thing and just move it up.
Just now that can rotate, so that way I can get it out of the way. These are the only things that I like know I'm going to be like rotating and like moving around are those things. I might want these guys independent as well somehow. Also just notice that these things are literally just floating here. Not that we would ever see that because, well, in our particular shot, it never shows from behind. But since I'm uploading this stuff to Patreon for you guys, I will clean this up. Let's go here to geometry, profile point 1. It should be fine. And let's just grab that. Voila, voila. And then this guy here, we'll do object. Let's do... convert to mesh. And honestly, we'll just use the ball burnish texture. And that way we've got, you know, that connected to something. So if we ever see it, then, you know, it's not, no one can freak out, okay? Oh, do I still have a modifier? Yeah, I do. You can tell because I parented, or I mirrored everything around like this main, like, kind of like hub. Just parent everything under this. That's right. Got all the fans. I think this one, I mean, we're just gonna rotate this on what? The y-axis? Oh Jesus. Z-axis. Well, that's quite lovely. Let's just set a an empty up for this guy. And then you're just gonna get parented to that empty. And this empty gets parented to the main body. So that way, if I move that, everything moves with it. What is that? Modifier. Thank you. And again, parented. Parented on everything. And then I got still some pipes everywhere. The smaller wires. Okay. Great. This whole underarm carriage is just not parented whatsoever. That's lovely. I thought these guys... Oh, they're not. Yeah. Just the bolts that are getting left behind. And then I kind of need to set up, because I want these panels to like rotate independently. So let's see. We'll select these guys. Just make them their own separate thing. And then we'll go object, set origin to 3D cursor. So that way this can rotate around this guy. And we'll do the same thing over here. So honestly, we need it to be on the bottom side of this if we can. Nope, that did not work. Need it to be right here if it's gone. Perfect. I want to take this guy and then we'll say object, set to origin, 3D cursor. And then that way this can just rotate around. I might need to fix that clipping issue that's happening there. But that'll give us some more independent control. And then now if this and this are parented to the back bar, then honestly that should fix everything there. Oh, right. Okay, where are those bolts coming from? We're seeing the bolts here. So just parent those, object keep transform. And then finally, this guy, which, does he even have a material in him? He does. So I don't remember creating a material for him. Awesome, guys. Now we got ourselves a flying drone. The only issue with this is I think the center of mass is off for me. So let's do cursor to selected. And I might want to be a little bit more. Let's create a cube. Yeah, there we go. And then now if I say object, set origin to 3D cursor, it's going to rotate correctly. Awesome. Now I got ourselves a drone, and this is what it looks like so far. Here you guys go. I think that's going to do it for today because we were just getting into the shading aspect of this. Shade smooth that. I think that'll help tremendously for that. It's quite wonderful. I like that. So this is our drone that we modeled today and textured and rigged. I mean, it's just a basic rig because everything was just so, I mean, it's just UVs, honestly. But ours, it's just hard surface modeling. So it's not too crazy, but, you know, we have a little light inside of our drones. That way it can fly around. Next week, we're going to take this and we're going to animate it into our actual shot. I don't have that open, but I can show you guys what that'll look like. That is this shot here. We already 3D camera tracked this last week, and we're going to be replacing this dumb cube thing that we have in here with the actual drone that we just created. We already have the lighting down. You can see that through our CG sphere that we have, but the tracking is done, and now our 3D model is finished as well as shading. And so now all we have to do is animate it. We have like a really rough animation in here, so we're just going to add in a little bit of extra pizzazz to the animation. And once that's done, we'll render it out, and then we'll composite it inside of Nuke and all of that stuff later. But I hope you guys have enjoyed this video that we did today. If you did and you guys are new here, make sure to hit the subscribe button. We're on a road to 2,000 subscribers, so be part of the journey, man. We also have a Discord. Link is in the description. If you guys are working on your own VFX shots and would like to share that or get feedback from people, we have some great channels for that and some other great artists that are all on the Discord. So it'd be lovely to connect with some of you guys and get to see a lot of your guys' work that you guys are doing. In the meantime, keep on creating. If you guys want these project files, by next week we will be continuing working on all this stuff. You can download all of these project files on Patreon. The link is in the description, and you guys can grab all these project files. I'll upload everything that I'm using here up to Patreon, and you guys can work on it, make it better even than what I already have. Use it for your own projects, whatever you want. All that stuff will be on Patreon. So anyways, thank you guys so much for joining today, and I will see you guys next week when we continue working on this visual effect shot. You guys have a great week, and I'll talk to you guys later.